ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're watching all of us from. Welcome to week 2, day 1 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. My name is Blair, and joining me today is going to be, as usual, Experiment and Fixes. And of course, before we get things started off, a shout out to Mountain Dew, the official partners of the event, and of course, a big shout out to our collaborative media partners, India Today. And now, without much further ado, let's jump into what should be an interesting start. It is going to be the first day of week 2. Week 1 was a topsy-turvy affair. It actually lasted more than 2 months. If you think about it, a week lasting over 2 months, that's bending the realms of time and space altogether, XP. But jumping into week 2, let's start off with you today, Fixes. What are your thoughts on what are you expecting with week 2 here of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, which is, of course, fueled by Mountain Dew. There you go. I got a sponsor shout out right this time.
Oh my, great. Coming back to your question, Blay, I would really say that now since the grasses have been leveled up, I really want to see the teams going a little bit aggressive in the early games and, kind of trying to change the way the approach has been so far. So early game aggression would be the thing I'm really looking forward to.
Early game aggression is what you want to see. XP, I agree with that. I want to see some fights taking place early. I don't want to see people just being too afraid, just looting, quietly, and then things heating up at the end of the game. One thing we saw in the first 2 games of Pro League of the PUBG Mobile Pro League was a lot of early action, a lot of early fights taking place, which has surprisingly been absent for the past couple of days.
I think you're going to be in luck today, Blay, because we have 2 Sanhoks coming up for you today. So your early action request shall be answered. And, I was just thinking out that, looking at the track record. So like you said, week 1 took about 2 months. I think we should be done with week 2 in the next month. I think we're getting our act together finally now. This is day 1 of week 2. And you all know what happened yesterday. Everyone is on a level playing field. And Blay, take us away with this table.
Yeah, there we have it. So we had 4 days of action, right? 16 games being played. We're actually more than that, in fact, if you actually do the math. But each team, we had 20 games being played, but each team, since we have 5 groups, each team's played 16 games in total. And the end of it, it was pretty topsy-turvy. The first couple of days, we actually had TSM Entity be the kings of the hill. But then later on, you had Umomba just kind of crawl back in and grab that first spot. But at the end of it, end of week 1, godlike, showing they're far and above everyone else, although closely followed by Orange Rock. There we have the first top 10, and of course, looking at the bottom 10, we have Marcus Gaming, Team Tumulus, Extreme Megastars, who haven't fully disappointed yet. They're still there, in the running. John Mara sells there in the 15th and 16th position. Of course, bottoming out the bottom 4 would be Elementrix, INES, Team Hype, and Deadeye Guys. Now, INES, first 2 days, they had a terrible time. But the last couple of days, they managed to kind of claw themselves back in the running. Although, that being said, they still have a ways to go, XP.
Absolutely. And, you have good days and you have bad days. We did see them kind of bring their game up to the level that we expect from a team like INES. And they had a good start yesterday, a couple of hiccups here and there in games 3 and 4. However, if we talk about the Summit right now, who is sitting on top, godlike, they just came and smashed through the opposition. But You can't forget Orange Rock's treble yesterday, Fixes.
I mean, the treble was amazing. But, XP, I would like to see another thing today that is godlike dominating. But Play, could you run us through the League Star prize pool?
Well, I mean, it's kind of obvious right there. We do see this every day. We have money, baby. And we do have a lot of money on the line for the league stage, of course, with 3 weeks being played, of which we're now in the second week, day one. $61,500. And you can see it's going to be distributed between the first, second, third place, all the way to the 20th. Of course, the top three, not only getting the bigger chunk of the cash, that's $24,000, but also qualifying for the World League, which I feel personally that's more important for all the teams here. And at the bottom we have the weekly prizes as well, and for the finals, which is going to be spread over 3 days, we have 2 slots available and $40,000 and second place getting 20K, and of course getting the 4th and the 5th spot as well for the World League. So a lot of money on the line here, XP.
We mentioned this a lot of money on the line, but what is standing out for me right now is that World League slot. I mean, when you have your nation's flag basically imprinted on your chest when you are representing your country on the biggest stage available for PUBG Mobile right now, I guess, patriotism aside, that is one feeling that you are going to remember for the rest of your lives.
The rest of your lives. And one thing that Orange Rock in particular are going to be remembering for quite a while is getting 3 chicken dinners yesterday. That is something which I believe is pretty much unprecedented, considering they're playing the creme de la creme of the entirety of the South Asian region. We have the points distribution right here for you. Obviously, the one thing which jumps out for anyone just tuning into PMPL for the very first time is the first, second, third placing. The points are a little bit lesser than what we've seen in all the PUBG Mobile tournaments we witnessed in 2019, meaning that many of these teams are going for this high fragging games. It's not just about getting that the placement point, but also trying to bolster it with the kill points, of course, of which it is just 1 point per kill. But to get 10 of those, and let's say, for example, you get second or third place, it's going to really shoot you up the standings. Group A, Entity, TSM Entity, Marcos Gaming, Team Hype, Celts, where you can clearly see here that Entity are the king of this group, right? Marcos Gaming, Hype, and Celts are kind of like middling at the bottom of the table. Then we have Team Soul, Thumulus, INES, VSG Crawlers. This is a team who, well, VSG Crawlers, surprisingly, they're the ones who really stood up, or actually rather shined in that team, right? And then we have Group C, Synergy, Mumba, 2 big boys from that group, Janmar and Megastars as well, can't really count them out. Team D, people like to call the group of that, Orange Rock, the king of the hill at the moment, Fanatics still clawing their way back, Team IND, who have been kind of middling, but on an upward trajectory, and Deadeye guys who, unfortunately, right now are at the bottom of the table. And finally, we should be looking into group number E, which surprisingly have been doing very well indeed. Team Extreme a little bit lower on the table. Elementrix have had a rough day here and there, but Powerhouse Gaming and especially Godlike have been absolutely phenomenal. Second place right now on the table.
I do believe Godlike is in fact in first position, Blay.
Oh yeah,
OR is trailing behind by 13 points after 16 games, but we'll come to that. Look at the schedule for today. We have everyone's favorite maps on display. We'll start off with the Erangel, head over to the tropical island of Sanhok, then to the deserts of Miramar, and of course Blay's favorite map, the frozen tundras of Vikendi.
No. Take it back.
I think he likes
Sanhok.
Sanhok.
That is yours now.
But the interesting thing is, of course, the fact that the first 4 games are going to be played between Group A, B, C, and D. We're not going to be seeing Group E playing the first 4, but then at the end of the day, the final map will have Group B sitting that one out, and Group E is going to have a chance to jump into the server. So there you have it, a very standard run, so to speak. We have all 5 maps being played this time around, as usual, and of course Sanhok being the one map that's going to be played twice. Now, let's start off with Erangel, and this one goes to you, Fixes. We haven't seen much of a change in the way Erangel is being approached. It's still very slow early game. Mid games can be heated up or not, depends, and it usually winds up with a circle. And the circle actually has been very forgiving at all the maps I've seen in the past couple of days. We haven't really seen too many circles which have gone RI, which have been all over the place. Maybe being over water or something, or over a bridge or something a little bit more askew than what we've seen so far. Do you think that could play a big role today? Do you think, RNG just might come in and be like, hey, you know what? Today the circle is going to be 7% in the water. Do you expect that to happen, perhaps?
No, I mean, I would like to beg to differ a little bit, because over the past few days we saw Erangel, right? It has not been what these players had been subjected to. We've seen quite a few weird circles somewhere, like where we had a lot of bridges and everything. So players were, really confused as to where the circle will go. Sometime it would be on the northern side, sometimes it would go on the southern side of the, the bridge. So they had to play around that. So they were really confused. And during rotations, likewise, you told, we saw a lot of kills popping out, a lot of teams getting knocked out. And overall, if we sum it up, it has been more on the, northern side of the Georgia Paul city mostly. But today I want to see a Sosnovka circle, to be honest.
You want to see? Okay, interesting. Might see that. Could happen. Maybe the gods are going to hear you out. But we do have, do believe, a couple of tables and standings for you guys. Maybe it's going to come in a little bit later, but let's continue our discussion here. Now, week 1, right? Again, it was spread over a long period of time, so that's going to definitely affect the way certain teams play. Like TSM Entity, for example, the first couple of days, they were phenomenal, but that was 2 months ago. Yesterday, they kind of fell flat. So starting week 2, day 1 today, it's going to be a fresh new beginning almost for many. One thing you can't deny, Orange Rock have just been a force to be reckoned with. I don't think we can count them out at all. I think they're going to continue the reign of terror, and they've been so very good at keeping all 4 players alive. It's not about them having clutch plays. It's just about consistency and having majority of players, in fact, all 4 alive at the end circle and playing it to perfection every single time. Now, we've had teams like Team Seoul, for example, having a good early game, a good mid game, having a circle, and then getting kind of, I wouldn't want to say crap the bed, but being a little unfortunate with how some of the fights break out. And then you have someone like TSM Entity who look good in the beginning. They have team wipes, and then they just get caught in the rotation. A lot of weird, uncharacteristic mistakes being made by Team Entity, considering they have someone like Gatak who is sitting behind them, telling them how to go about things, right? So tell me, I'm going to start with you, XP. Quick question here. Which team do you want to really touch upon here? Which team do you think, I don't want to talk about Orange Rock or Godlike because we know what they're doing right now, but which team do you think have kind of underperformed a little, would want to really step up? And if they do step up, how do you want them to step up?
Right now, if you're talking about the big names, except the ones that you mentioned, I think we're going to have to talk about Fnatic and Soul. But, this is just the start of week 2. This is day 1. I guess we're just going to jump into the game right now. Erangel is live for you, ladies and gentlemen. And Blay, I'm going to touch upon it later. But right now, with me, we are going to be going in. Blay, do you want to take this away from me?
Let's do this. Day 1 of week number 2, and it is going to be on Erangel, which, well, let's be honest, it's almost everyone's favorite map. Everyone's very, very, very confident and very aware and have the protocol set in order on this particular one. The very first, the old school granddaddy of the maps in PUBG. And we have Seoul obviously dropping earlier on. It's a plane path definitely favoring them. They're going to be obviously dropping along and spreading across the highway towards the beaches on the west, not really opting to head towards Primorsk. We do have a couple of teams slowly gravitating towards a military island. The plane path's, of course, going to take them all the way between Kameshki and Lipovka, and that means we might be seeing a couple of teams here dropping. What do you suggest? Not many people will be looking to go up north. It's not really worth it, but might be seeing a couple fighting it out towards Yasnaya or at least towards Gatka. But let's take a look for the time. You have Fnatic dropping at their favorite, the few houses towards the cliff, the little bit of a cluster of houses they have over there. And usually they're left alone. And looking at the circle, that's interesting. That's a lot of land to traverse, especially for Team Seoul, while the remainder of them, they're going to have a pretty comfortable time just sticking around, looting to their heart's content and kind of setting up base, XP.
The funny thing is this plane path is identical to what we saw yesterday on Erangel. And I mean identical. It's like if you put up both the plane paths right now and you have a look at them side by side, you will not be able to tell which game is which. So, I mean, pretty much people are going to be used to what's happening, what happened yesterday. But that circle is interesting. And you just somehow mentioned Yasnaya, and Yasnaya looks like it's pretty much the epicenter. Again, that Ghost's Curse doing what it does best. But, this is the team I was going to talk about, actually, Fnatic right now, because all of it is their last big tournament together. That's fine. I mean, the last hurrah, the last ride, as some people would call it. But I think as talented as they are individually, they need to really up their teamwork. And again, we are not privy to the communication that these boys are having amongst each other. So I think, maybe they need to work on that a little bit. I mean, this is just me talking, sitting behind a desk, watching them, because I know what they're capable of.
I pay good money to listen to the comms, to be very
Oh,
honest. Considering some of the stuff I've seen in social media, I do believe there is a lot of issues happening in the team right now, despite considering how talented each of them are individually. You're currently ranked 8th in the overall standings. We have at the bottom for you guys the live rankings: Godlike, Orange Rock, TSM Entity, Synergy, and Team IND, who are the top dogs at the moment. But interestingly enough, if you look at a difference in the points, Godlike and Orange Rock are miles ahead of everyone else. And TSM Entity are going to be cursing themselves over the fact that they kind of crapped away the chance yesterday to kind of grind back, retain that top 1 position. So, well, Synergy and IND trailing by almost, Synergy, IND is in particular trailing almost by 70 points. That's how big the gap is at the moment. Now, the question is, are they going to be clawing themselves back and retaining the first spot? It's been a very back and forth affair so far the past couple of days, XP.
Absolutely, it has been a back and forth affair. But the thing is, right now, the first 4 games today are going to be played between groups A, B, C, and D, which means Godlike, who are in Group E, are only going to play 1 game towards the end of the day. And teams like Orange Rock and TSM Entity are going to be playing all 5 games, which, is going to give them a chance to overtake Godlike. But now the thing is, whether they're going to take that opportunity, because that, psychologically, when somebody overtakes you, it kind of has an impact. And if they can manage those big points today, you never know. They might just create a little bit of ripple effect, and maybe Godlike. Let's wait and see what happens.
Let's wait and see what happens. We do have VSG Crawlers on his screens there for a short moment. They are 7th place. Team IND, 5th position, like we mentioned a while back. They have been, they really haven't been as explosive as some of the, the top teams, but their sheer consistency, I think they are actually consistency personified. We used to say that about Mumbai. We used to say that about a TSM Entity as well. But considering the recent performances where they have seemed to have dropped off a little bit, for IND, it's just about quietly just sneakily just being in the top 5 position consistently, and that's so impressive indeed. And for Team Celts, they had that breakout game yesterday where they managed to get a 2nd position, I do believe it was. But apart from that, they have struggled a bit, XP, 15th place right now.
15th place indeed, 106 points to their name. So they're going to have to, work on a few things. But I just want to talk about IND for a second, because they share the points with Mumbai. And if you remember, when we came back from that 2-month break, Mumbai were the leaders, were the talk of the town, basically. And now that we have a level playing field, that, every single team has played 16 matches, it's going to be interesting because, again, those lads are going to be playing all games today. So I'm kind of, I'm excited to see what they bring to the table and how they are going to, approach this game a little differently, because they did have a good start yesterday, if you remember, in that first Miramar match. But they kind of got caught off in rotations, which kind of seems to be the trend right now, that, while people are traversing from point A to point B, they are getting knocked out of the vehicles.
And I also feel like it comes down to the fact that many of the teams I've seen so far, they have a really good compound, and they seem a little reluctant to let go of it early on, a little too hesitant. And what happens is when they do go for the rotations, the circle's already kind of in. You have so many teams already who have rotated in. And look, you might be as careful as possible. You might be having a good idea of the lay of the land and where your enemy and your opponents are. But at the same time, sometimes there is still that element of luck, and you just might get caught out, with 2 teams having a firefight, or a firefight just breaking out while just driving across, and it just get completely slaughtered. That could be the case here, as we do see TSM Entity, the team we did mention. And today we have Godok playing, no Neo, and
that's what I was just going to bring up right now.
That's very.
Where is the one?
Well, that's a question here, right? Like, even though we had we had Neo playing yesterday, they had a rough game. Yeah, we had some very cool moments coming in from Jonathan and Neo as well, some high fragging, team wipes and whatnot. But apart from that, I personally am a fan of having the in-game leader in the server. There is the extra layer that comes in for Godok being he might be calling for the team, but he's still a 5th member, right? He's not in the server feeling the heat of the moment, and him coming in, I think it's a right call. I think we might be seeing a very different entity coming in today. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, perhaps that is the reason why he's here, because yesterday they kind of had a game plan. I mean, we've been talking about TSM entity, and one word that is synonymous with them is their aggression. And I do believe now is the time they need to kind of hold that aggression back just a little bit, and not exactly play for placement points or just be one of those guys who is going to be holding up in a compound and being an opportunistic killer. I guess the thing over here is they need to get that momentum rolling again, and that is where Ghatak comes in. He is a specialist. He is a cool, calm, composed man. And I mean, the boys are definitely going to listen to them. Again, I'm not taking anything away from their aggression, because we know these boys are, they pack a punch. But I do believe that his role today in this team with Neo sitting on the sidelines is going to be just, gaining that momentum back up again, making his boys feel comfortable in the field.
Feel comfortable in the field, and that could indeed be the case. They don't have to think. There's someone to do all the thinking, and they can all do the shooting while that's taking place. And let's not take anything away from Ghatak. He is definitely not a minnow when it comes to pulling the trigger either, right? We do have Seoul doing a little bit of an excursion on their 4 vehicles. They're going to be heading towards school. Well, there is literally no one there in the moment. As let's see what happens in TSM. They're on a warpath as well.
I see Jonathan piggybacking right now, the madman, as we like to call him. This guy will not let anything stop him, be it fire, be it bullets. He is going to rush head on into the enemy. But again, see, I mean, this is what I was talking about. Yesterday, each and every single member of TSM entity had a vehicle at hand. Today, they've got a different strategy. They are piggybacking because, one man drives and the other shoots. Maybe that is something that is going to help them out, especially during those rotations that we talked about earlier. But have a look at the map. We are still kind of centered around Yasnaya and the places south of Yasnaya. So the shelter comes in contention. Parts of Milta are still going to be there for the taking. And an interesting thing that I just saw, Blay, was that Team IND are still on the military island, out in the blue.
Taking damage, but of course, as we all know, that's not going to be too much of a problem. They can easily come in a little bit late, but there are always risk analysis which have to be played out in the minds of the in-game leaders. We do have a drop there, Groza, level 3 goodies. I don't think anyone's really going to be going for that at the moment. I didn't see anyone around. John Mara, they're a team who have had moments, but and I say that, and we do have a drop getting picked up by Team Synergy. Definitely a team who would be looking to claw back up the rankings. So the top 3, I don't think they're going to be just satisfied with that. They were at one moment, the top of the leaderboards, and would be definitely aching to reclaim that back. Your thoughts on Synergy, though? They have looked very, very good of late, especially the last couple of days. They just come out of nowhere. I feel like they were still decent in the first 2 days, but past couple of days they've been pretty much dominant.
See, if we have a look at what Synergy did in the first 3 days as compared to what they did in the last, you got to realize one thing. Week 1, day 4, they only played 1 game, something that I fumbled up yesterday. But the thing is, they were the kill leaders. All 4 members of Synergy were the kill leaders up until the last point yesterday. And you know what? 4 kills differentiates Smokey OP, who is currently the reigning kill leader. But then again, like I said, they had 1 game yesterday. Day 3, they were off on a flying start. And I don't want to use the word fizzled out because, nobody fizzles out over here. But, I think they just have to build the momentum. And have a look at this. Soul is on the warpath right now. They have managed to possibly wipe out TSM right now. Jonathan is the last guy remaining, Blay.
Wait, what? Wait, what? What? What just happened? Did they just get shift deleted? Did they just someone just shift delete them? And I say that Orange Rock just got a knock on one of the Soul members as well. TSM just got completely obliterated. We were talking about Nagata coming in and they're going to be playing a little bit more tactical, and Soul's like, tactics, I'm sorry, we're too busy shooting you in the face.
Now, I'm going to say one thing. All
okay.
Right, you carry on first. Carry on.
No,
I'm
just flabbergasted at the moment.
Over here, peppering the boys from IND with that M16. He might just get a knock on Slayer. He does get that knock on Slayer, but in turn gets knocked out by Kratos. Now, the boys from Team Hype, these guys, they have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of catching up to do, but IND, again, sitting at 172, they need to be a bit careful. Slayer will get that revive, and Hype is kind of coming down. It's an uphill battle for Team IND, figuratively and literally right now. but I do think they are going to back up. I see Kratos puts that buggy in reverse, does a nice little 180, and they are out of there.
And that is literally what can happen when you come in so late from the blue zone, right? I mean, sure, you have the time, people will be expecting you, but the rest of the players are going to be playing at the edge of the periphery of the circle, and you might just be walking into, well, not necessarily a trap, but a bunch of players who are already well entrenched in a very comfortable spot. But, of course, IND will survive the initial little skirmish. They're not going to be taking too much damage, but let's take a breather here. TSM Entity, we said they had a bad day yesterday, but... Holy Christ, like they start off on the worst note possible, getting knocked out at the very bottom, not a single kill going their way either. And Team Seoul, we've seen this happen from them time and time again. They tend to have great starts, like team wiping a couple of teams. But then I say that, Yu Mumba, 420, mortal. Well, he lives up to his name. He is mortal now. He's mortally wounded and is mortally taken down. And that's a big knock for Team Seoul. Despite having that wipe onto TSM Entity, they're going to be a little... not so happy about that, but Team IND, they're just raining in nades onto their opponents, their Team Hype. And IND is definitely taking the fight to Hype, who have struggled so far, and they'll be looking to get out of this particular skirmish alive.
Absolutely. We are definitely going to brush up on TSM in a bit, but this is interesting over here. So what Team IND did was they went back down the mountain, they came back up behind the boys from Team Hype, who, you know, currently they were not in the zone. They do have the high ground now, but I do believe that they are going to try and go in for that finish. Meanwhile, we have another fight breaking out between Team Tamalas and the boys from INES. INES Deadeye is going to be wiped out. In fact, his skill is taken by a member of Jean Mara. So we have two squads kind of beating on the dog right now, and I think they are in a world of trouble. But is this the end for Team Hype? No, I do see one member remaining.
No, I saw two members escape. So they have managed to do that. I say that, but a vehicle did blow up. I think that was a kill that actually took place. I do believe two players did survive a Team Hype. So they escaped with the tail stuck between the legs. But sometimes you got to do that. Sometimes you got to try and survive. As Oace rattling up number of bullets. And look at how low the health is for Encore. But he will manage to escape for the time being. Meanwhile, Synergy is looting the tunnel's entrance.
Well, you know that Groza definitely came in handy. A rapid fire of that weapon, getting a knock on the member of, I do believe it is, wait a second, let me be sure before I mess this up. It is VSG Crawlers who are currently entrenched in the, you know, the bunkers down below at Shelter. But again, you know, the thing with Shelter is you have a lot of points of entry and exit. So not a problem for them as of right now. I'm sure we're going to get back to that fight. But talking about Jean Mara, I just said that, you know, they managed to get a kill from the boys from, I do believe it was, wait a second, he takes a few shots. Oh, he makes it!
He makes it, he makes it.
Is he dropped out?
No, I think it's still there.
This could be a good nade. Two nades are lobbed in that shack over there.
Too short.
If that reaches its mark. Wait a
just
second.
Shy.
There should be another explosion. No, I think they were just too short. Outside that, you know what? I mean, apparently it turns out wooden planks are quite resilient to a grenade.
You were saying about nades, but Badrev with a double knock taking place right now. He, however, gets taken down though by Striker, captured with a quick trade, and Team Tamilas, I think it's just, you know, INES gets eliminated 15th place by Team Tamilas, despite the fact that Badrev, again, he's so good with the nades, but every time he gets a knock with the nade, his team gets wiped out. It's like a curse. At this point, what do you do, right? He gets a double knock, and then the team gets wiped. Is this like the third time we're seeing this now?
This actually is, because we saw it yesterday, then we saw it on day 3. What I believe is happening is once they get those 2 knocks, you know, that rush mentality comes in play. That, yo, all right, we've got 2 knocks, rush them. And, you know, if you don't get that information about the enemy's location, where the team members are, sometimes you can quite literally walk into a trap, which is something that we saw over here, because there was a lot of crossfire. I mean, they were kind of concentrating on the enemy right in front of them, but were completely oblivious to the fact that someone already cut off their left flank and, well, you know, did all the work and gunned them down. With that, they have exited this game. But I don't know. I mean, I like INES's aggression right now, play, but the execution is something to be worked upon.
Railtos has died to the zone, so I'm still wondering where Seoul might be at the moment. But for Janmar, I'm very worried, because even though they have a little bit of shelter there, bear in mind, it's a house made of glass. Worse, in fact, it's like broken wooden panels, and they're trapped. And I'm very sure the team surrounding them are aware of this. They can smell the blood in the water, and like sharks, they're going in for the kill. Viper and Aman left alive for Team Seoul. They have managed to get a couple of kills. That's about it, as Ronak rattling off a number of bullets onto Trans, who has managed to escape that little bit of a ridge helping him out. But look at Mr. Spray living up to his name. The double spray down. He finds a knock. He gets a kill as well. He's going to take a little bit of cover, and he's getting shot from every direction. He's unaware from where he's getting shot from, and that is unfortunate indeed, as Shifu will find his grave. Karaoke getting the kill, and Deadeye guys, they don't finish dead last, but they don't get a single kill to their name. They're going to finish in a 14th position, as IND Slayer finding Destro, and it just frags all over the place. Celt's getting 2 drops, as Destro is going to get taken down by Trans from Team IND, and the action starting to heat up. The problem here right now, XP, is the fact, look at the landscape. A few trees, a few cluster of rocks here and there spread thin. There's not much cover from any of these players.
You know, an interesting fact right now is the way Fnatic is spread out. I mean, they each of the member is at least like probably a 50 to 100 meters away from each other, which is a high risk, high reward play, because they do, like you mentioned, there's barely any cover on top of this hill, and IND Slayer almost getting a knock on Soul Aman. But coming back to Fnatic, it's an interesting tactic that they have. You know, it can pay off, but their communication, their comms need to be spot on. They need to be able to, you know, just let the teammates know exactly where the enemy is. But I'm sure they have an idea that Team IND is somewhere to their northwest, so to speak, because they are in the zone. But again, the zone is playing spoil sport right now, and I wonder where it's going to take them next.
I think Team Hype is still alive. The one player, he's I think at the edge, still in the blue, is driving in. We're not able to see it on the mini map right now, but I do have the full map open on my second screen and second monitor, and I can see that Hype, one of the players, is still roaming around, still very much in the game. For Team Soul, Viper and Aman trying to hold on to this spot for the time being. You can see Fnatic gravitating towards the circle as well.
Do you want something interesting about Team Soul right now? We'll just come to that in a second. Always getting a knock over here. Ooh. But Team Soul is spread on either side of the zone right now. Aman is at one end. Have a look at that map, and Viper all by his lonesome towards the southeast of the zone. At least a kilometer, and about a kilometer separates the two members. That is something we are not really accustomed to seeing at this big stage right now, Blair.
We are not, but you know what? In some way, I do believe that could even work in their favor. They're already 2 men down. Aman, you gotta get out of there, bro. The car is on fire. You just gotta survive, and he will just go prone, praying no one's shooting at him. But look at it this way. Oh, Fnatic always getting knocked out, but look at it this way, right? You have 2 players, they're spread apart, but it can, in a different world, it can increase the chances of staying alive, because if, even if one gets taken down, the team who took that man down is going to be looking for the second player of Soul, and he's like, where the hell is he? And it's probably somewhere else. So it could work out. It's very high risk, but it could potentially work out, as Paradox falls to his death in the meantime. Rather, not death, but he's on his knees at the moment. As Fnatic, they have managed to recuperate and regroup, and considering how small the circle is, I am shocked that we still have 12 teams in a running and 39 alive.
I mean, Soul Aman, he basically just clawed his way out of the grip of death right now, managing to get a knock on the enemy, and he's lying prone in the grass. I think he's going to be living to fight another day. Wait a second. He is going to go for cover behind his vehicle, because he's got the boys from Jean Mara basically trying to force him out of his little hovel, not a hovel, I mean that little dip that he was in. He is going to be in a world of feet unless he can turn things around. But coming back to the boys from Team IND, they do have the zone, so to speak. One of the members, Kratos, on our screens right now, does have that bridge cover, which can be devastating for Fnatic, because again, the way IND is rotating around and Soul gets blown to bits from T'Challa, of course. Again, like you said, now they might be looking for the second member over here, but they are going to be, you know, flabbergasted that, oh my goodness, where is his teammate? And, you know, they can actually expose their backs to the enemies far up ahead.
Yes. And the problem right now for the players from Jean Mara, they're down, way down, and so many players having the the high ground advantage. Yumuma especially, look at the fight breaking up within Celts. And VSG Crawlers is actually just running away. They're not looking to really take the fight. How are they? Why are they not shooting at each other? Are they not aware? Circle's closing in. They need to move in further. And I do believe Evo is aware, but they're in the blue. They need to get some cover. I do believe there's a little bit of a dip in the land, which is allowing them to stay alive for the time being, as almost everyone's starting to prone right now. No one in the circle in the safe zone yet. So there is going to be a mass migration in the next few seconds. But right now, Fnatic all four in the running. Scout, Oways, Ronak, Ash. Could this be the game where they finally start to show their colors is a question here, as Bhishma from Mumba will be the final member to fall for Mumba, and that's them getting eliminated in 10th position with just 2 kills to their name. Not going to be happy about that, but Fnatic and Team ND looking to win this hill at the moment.
You know, there are 9 teams live, but it's going to be an isolated fight right now. I think Team IND have their hands full with the boys from FNC, and Scout with that DP manages to get a knock on a member of Team IND. Ronak going in for the kill. He's got his eyes set on the boys from Team IND.
Dead.
He gets 1 knock, he gets 2, and that is a squad wipe. Fnatic with 5 kills are rising to the occasion and getting the job done. IND out of this gameplay.
This is so much better from Fnatic. They're looking solid at the moment. 4 alive, 5 points. Synergy's there in the running as well. Not to forget about that. They got 3 kills to the name. Orange Rock. Bear in mind, they have been very quiet so far, but they have 4 kills. Although, unfortunate for them, they just have 3 alive at the moment. Celts getting knocked out 1 by 1, and that's going to be John Mara, in fact, getting eliminated, but they get 6 kills. That's massive with John Mara. They've been a team who have been comparatively very quiet, and despite getting knocked out in 8th place, they get 10 points because of the kills they had. Now, Orange Rock are getting riddled by bullets, and bear in mind, they are a man down, so they need to try and keep as many alive as possible at the moment. Synergy as well, all 4 in the running. I believe this is going to come down between Fnatic and Synergy, if you ask me. Celts is going to get eliminated. 5 kills for them as well, and now we're down to the final 6 teams here, XP.
You've got to keep Megastars in contention as well. Have a look at how they spread out towards the right of the screen. Swag right now is keeping Scout and the boys at bay. Onko is trying to have a fight with Synergy right in the middle. And the remaining 2 members, I don't know what they're doing. These guys are acting like what TSM did in Vikendi on day 3. They are in the center, picking a fight with everyone. Wexy gets that finish on Synergy, and I do believe he is going to be, not essentially stealing a kill, because I think one of his teammates did get the knock early on, but Synergy down to 1 member's alive, because I think one of them is knocked out. Let me just quickly have a look at the bird's eye view. Have a look at Marcus Gaming, still survived by Surya. 6 teams, 14 people alive. Scout and the boys from Fnatic dead smack center.
Is there a player for VSG Crawlers outside the zone? How is he still alive? Like, isn't he bleeding out right now? That zone's doing a ton of damage at the moment. As you see the circle closing in even further, and that's going to be Marcus Gaming getting taken down. And now, VSG Crawlers, there you go. CG finally gets knocked out, but he's stayed alive long enough to get a top 5 placing. So I guess it's done his job. But down to the final 4, the final 12. And like you said, Fnatic, right there, smack center, Synergy, 1 player. That's all I can see. Megastars 4 alive, Orange Rock 3 alive. This is looking rough indeed. Team IND, they're nowhere to be seen now. And if you look at the forecast, the percentage chances, Fnatic and Megastar start at 33.33 recurring. Orange Rock 25% chance of winning this, and Synergy a bare tiny sliver of a chance. And Strider Smoke, that's a dead giveaway. Now everyone's going to be aware there's someone just lurking around that, but he's not showing anything at the moment.
But the thing is, he is 1 man. That is a lot less surface area to shoot at as compared to a 4-man squad. So, his chances might be slim right now, but he can obviously crawl in and, be silent but deadly towards the end. But Strider over here, he is not being silent. He is trying to go for those knocks, but unfortunately, he gets taken from behind and he is out of this game. So Synergy are going to exit in 4th position. Orange Rock out in 3rd. We are down on to a 4v4 situation, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic versus the boys from Megastars.
This is it, boys and girls. This is it. And look at the drop as well. Smack in the center. Paradox laying down the pain, but then Ronak's taking on Vex, and now it's a 3v3. Ronak dominating at the moment. Actually, Scout's still alive, mind you. He's healed up. And so it's a 4v3, in fact. Megastar's losing a player. And now coming down to the final circle, 1-3 trees. There's a tree smack in the center. There is that drop as well for a little bit of cover, but no one really budging at the moment. They're just playing the numbers advantage, our Fnatic, and that's a smart play. Ash is very low indeed, surviving on a sliver of health. Oh, XP, this could go either way.
Dead smack center of the zone right now. You see that little bit of a ridge. So the boys from Mega, especially Paradox, has a lot of cover. Onko and Swag are going to be in the sights of Fnatic right now. And just as I say that, Swag does get knocked out. But see, Encore over here, he has an idea. Nobody has an idea about where Encore is right now because of that ridge right in front from FNC's point of view. But over here, Onko using it perfectly, getting a knock. Now they're going to be wondering where the enemy is. I think he might get that revive, or maybe not, since they were in the zone. Again, swag is out. We are down to a 4v2 situation right now.
And Fnatic doing such a good job staying alive. I think Ash is even out of any health kits. He's been on such low health for quite a while right now. And Paradox and Encore, what can they possibly do? This is looking very rough indeed. I think we do have the final circle. It's too small to even see, and it's going to have to come down to Fnatic probably just pushing in. But they want to only do that once they have absolute certainty as to where the final two players are. Right now, they have an inkling, but nothing sure yet, nothing certain yet. 15 seconds remaining before the circle shrinks, and it is going to come down to this one. It's going to come down to Encore and Paradox going for the biggest plays we've seen from them so far in the PMPL. And look at Ronak. I love his position. He's on the flank. He's crawling around, and Ash has actually managed to get his hands on a med kit. He's managed to heal himself up a little bit, on a first aid kit rather. And now Fnatic, they definitely have everything going the way. They have the circle advantage, not the circle advantage, but they have the man advantage for sure. They have the weaponry advantage. They have everything going the way. And if this doesn't go, if Fnatic doesn't get chicken dinner, they have only themselves to blame right now. And it's going to be Encore tossing in the nade, and it's going to be Paradox getting dropped. It's all on Encore. This one's done, XP. This one's done.
I think this is over. And as we just say that, Fnatic come out with that winner chicken dinner, well deserved by these lads. I do believe they're going to have 9, maybe 10 kills to their names. But that is what the crowd wanted. That is what we wanted. That is what we were talking about at the beginning. That, individually, these boys are amazing. But it's that communication, it's that teamwork that is required. And Fixes, you have been watching. How do you feel right now with Fnatic walking away with this win?
I mean, orange the color today. And I think what an amazing start we have had so far to the day with Fnatic finally, getting their shit right and, doing it absolutely to perfection. The execution was on point. I honestly felt that the match could have ended a little bit earlier if they would have, just taken that left rotation a little bit fast. If you drop some smokes and then, rotate and take those guys. But apart from that, let's not keep it away from them as we have the MVP, that is Fnatic always.
Yeah, we have Oasis, but it wasn't just Oasis, it was the entire team, if you ask me, doing equal frags going in all the way. 711 damage, that's a lot of damage just for those 4 kills. He was impactful indeed. And yeah, Fnatic not just winning it, but winning in style, all 4 players staying alive, XP. And you might want to say, yeah, we've been talking about how the team might be internally crumbling at the moment because of various issues and whatnot, and it is their last tournament under the orange and black. However, with this win, maybe there's a little bit of a fresh wind in their sails. Maybe now they might be waking up, and now they might be like, you know what? If we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out with a bang. We're gonna take everyone down on our path, on our war path right now. What are your thoughts on this? This is a very, very it's a stellar performance from Fnatic, who have so far, let's be real, they have been disappointing.
All right, disappointing is a word you can use, but not right now. Talking about the damage, talking about the MVP OS over there, 4 kills, 711 damage. And that comes because we saw them in the midst of fights all around. They do not shy from, going up against the best of the best. And talking of the best of the best, we have the top 5 players from this match. And just have a look. Megastars right up there with Wexy. He has 6 kills to his name. The boys from Fnatic making their way to the top 5 leaderboard with OS and Ronak. And of course, another surprise right now, Jean Mara on board, Nang with 3 kills, and Raven Striker with 3 to his name.
Yeah, Team Tumulus and John Mara, they actually had pretty decent placings overall, if I'm not mistaken. Again, these are just the top 5 plays of match 1. We have 4 more games to be played, of course. And Fnatic goes to show 2 players there. It's not about 1 player popping off. It's everyone chipping in, and getting those kills. The rotations were really on point. But let's talk about. I want to hear your thoughts on this one, Fixes. Team TSM Entity getting completely deleted in 5 seconds by Seoul. What went wrong there?
I think they were just butchered again. They just rammed into a house, which they did not see that there was a squad there. I really felt that they should have sent 1 guy instead of the whole squad. They just rammed into Team Seoul, and Team Seoul was there. There's just 1 squad. Let's just annihilate them, and that is what they exactly did.
All right, that's exactly what it did. We do have the standings for you guys for game 1 of day 1 of week 2. We do have Fnatic, 29 points, 9 kills to their name. Megastar is coming in second with 8 frags and making it 22 points in total. Orange Rock, again, man, yeah, they don't get a chicken dinner, but a top 3 placing, that's nothing to scoff at. Just a 4 kills, a low fragging affair from the guys from Orange Rocks. It's basically orange and black in the top 3. Synergy coming in 4th. They're going to be pretty decently happy about that, although it felt like at one point they had a lot of players live. John Mara and Celts are much better placing from the 2 teams. VSG Crawlers as well. They continue being consistent in the top 5, top 6, top 7 placings, and Marcos Gaming rounding out the top 8. And as we do move in to the second half of the table, we have Team Thummelers on 9th. We have IND, Seoul. They had the team wipe, but apart from that, nothing too much, right? You Mumba, disappointment there again for them. INES, they are starting to claw back, but not quite yet. And at the bottom, rounding it out is Team Hype, Dead Eyes guys, and of course TSM Entity. Now we still have a lot of games remaining. XP.
Absolutely. You want to know something interesting, Blair?
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
OR with one game might have just toppled Godlike with those 14 points.
Because Godlike aren't playing right now.
I know that. I'm just saying, this is what I was talking about. This is that mental warfare that can begin now, because Orange Rock fans all over the globe are going to be ecstatic that the fact that, you know how every fan likes to kind of play around with it. My team is better than your team. That little bit of South. Was that Simpsons or was that South Park?
I don't know.
I think that was from The Simpsons.
That's God damn it! It's a school bully.
That is Simpsons. You know what I mean? People
Yes.
are like, exactly. They're like, it's a little banter that these teams have amongst themselves. So I'm pretty sure their meme wars or whatever, as we know are going on right now, are going to be, coming up with some new and amazing banter. So I guess, the creativity is always there. Like, I know that Godlike is only going to play one game today. But again, this gives these teams a chance to really, kind of make a massive gap.
Indeed it is. And now we do have the overall standings for you guys as well. And it's going to be coming right on the screen. And you are right indeed, sir. Professor Experiment right there. Orange Rock 255, just a 1 point. Just a 1 point over Godlike. And now they have 3 chances to extend that lead over the side of Godlike, because they're going to be playing, obviously, like you've mentioned, only one game. Orange Rock have 4 chicken dinners, mind you, and Godlike with 3. Synergy, they are on an upward trajectory. They're, of course, going to be playing a few games. So by the end of the day, we might have Orange Rock and Synergy being the top 2 place teams right now. TSM Entity, you really can't count them out. They're on 195 points, tied with Synergy, in fact. Synergy being on top because they have more total kills. 5th, 6th, and 7th is going to be IND. Mumba have slowly started to sink back down here. They were first for quite a while. Now, Fnatic on an upward trajectory with that chicken dinner and those kills they had. And of course, VSG Crawl is maintaining the position there in the 8th. They kind of dropped the point because of Fnatic coming up on top, but they'll be okay with that. Soul still clinging on to the top 2 in the top 10 list, and Marcus Gaming to round things out. If you look at the chicken dinners, 4 for Orange Rock, of which 3 of them came yesterday. That is ludicrous. And you know what? I don't like betting. I'm not someone who likes to bet because it's something which I'm not in control of. But if I was a betting man, I would put money on the fact that Orange Rock are going to get another chicken dinner today. I mean, I strongly believe it. They have been looking so solid. Even this game, they came in 3rd. Can't really discount that fact, can you?
What do you think, Fixus?
I mean, obviously, that is Orange Rock has had a new life coming inside them after they've had Viru in the roster. But today we saw a few lapses from there. But guys, come on, yeah, we have been ignoring megastars for so long. Vexy, come on, that guy deserves some credit. He had 6 kills and finally a breather of a game which megastars really needed to get back into the zone. And I'm pretty sure I would still go with megastars trying to get back on the first half of the table.
Indeed, they could. They're rising right now, and they look very, very good indeed. That's definitely going to help their matters, right, XP? But then let's look at which team jumps out here for you. These are kind of like the usual suspects, not really the extreme favorites, but I think Team Terminals have kind of dropped off a little bit compared to the first couple of days.
They have. They were on the other side of the table before this, and now they are kind of finding their way. Well, they were in 13th position, if I'm not wrong. I barely caught that. But again, I don't know. I mean, see, they are still getting the good games out. I mean, Gary and Manti are still dealing damage every single game. They are not ones to shy away from a fight. But it's just, I think it's all about positioning at this point for Team Tamilas because, they are getting caught out when they least expect it.
They are indeed getting caught out, and we do have the damage dealers for you guys coming up. Overall, this is like all across all 4 days of week 1, and of course today's first game of week 2. We have Strider on top, and this guy, he's been so dominant that despite having a rough couple of games here and there, he's still in the lead. 5,866 points of damage. That is ridiculous. We have Godlike's Gil coming in a close second, 5691, nice, and then of course Raven from Team Thamilas, 555 and a 6 over there. Jonathan to get the 4th position as well. Again, these are obviously, and it goes hand in hand, right? It's, you know, the guys who deal the most number of damage are also most likely the players who have the most number of kills as well. XP.
Absolutely, but I mean, most likely that is the situation. But up until maybe day 3, at the end of day 3, Jonathan was not on the kill leaderboard, but he definitely outdid everyone with his damage because, well, we all know that, you know, he's going to rush into a hailstorm of bullets, so to speak. But yeah, I mean, that is generally how the trend goes. And well, TSM, not the best thing. I mean, we're not really used to seeing them at the bottom, are we?
We're not used to seeing them, but what we're used to seeing, of course, is the Mountain Dew game, a moment of the game, the Dar ke aage jeet hai moment. And of course, why don't you take this away, Fixes?
I mean, this was the place where things started, you know, getting magical. But now look at over here. I really felt that if Fnatic just made a little bit of quicker rotation towards the left-hand side, they could have gotten that, you know, angle towards Encore, and they could have taken. But nevertheless, an amazing chicken dinner. They secured. They had the numbers. They had the men. And then the moment they took down 2 members, I think they had it in the bag.
They had it in the bag. And, well, I mean, final thoughts, XP. We're going to be cutting to a quick break very, very quickly before we resume with map number 2, which I do believe is going to be on Sanhok, or is it Miramar?
Yes, sir. It is Sanhok.
It is Sanhok. Woohoo! It's got to be Sanhok. It's got to be a
You're right. Lay is
it.
right. I mean, you must be really happy right now.
I am very happy indeed.
You are always right.
I like seeing early bloodbaths. I like seeing a lot of stuff going on. But as we take a look, of course, this is where
exactly what I want to talk about.
This is
have a look at how
beat.
the 3 buggies are parked up against the wall. They all came and hit the wall at the same time. No recon done over here, no reconnaissance whatsoever.
Can I just point out something real quickly?
And from the same angle, XP, do you see that they rammed in straight on? I mean, they could have taken different angles, right?
I want to just point out something real quickly there. One of the kills, Ghatak actually got taken down by Orange Rock. That's one thing we didn't notice initially. Orange Rock actually stole the kill from Team Soul, which is why Team Soul only had the 3 kills. So I was a little surprised. I thought they had more than that. But yeah, I mean, I guess TSM, that just a miscomms, misread. They had no one, and like Fixer said, that's something I do like, you know, when you're going to be going into on a fact-finding mission into a particular zone. You want to send in a fact-finder. You want to send in someone, you know, pushing in, maybe an SMG, just you know, scouting things out and maybe figuring out whether it's empty or not. But unfortunately, that doesn't happen. But final thoughts, XP, on this game.
That is what you call karma right now. The way TSM pushed up blindly on Soul, getting the knock, Soul did the same with you and me. They pushed up on their squad and were like, uh-oh, you know what, this is Occupado right now. And they lost 2 members early on, Mortal and Regulatos, falling prey to that same tactic that they had just applied moments earlier.
Fixes, final thoughts.
I mean, definitely, I would agree with what Experiment said. And yes, today, overall, the first game has been amazing. Considering a lot of teams that needed to step up have finally stepped up. I'm really happy to see Synergy and Megastars finally getting back on the top 3 position. Definitely, Orange Rock has been splendid. Fnatic has been amazing, but it's still the first game. We still have a lot of games to go, and I really want Team IND to win a couple of games today as well. Provided the rotations, if you see, they're rotating right down from the south, and they're just getting up, and they're still surviving. Dead were a little bit unlucky over there because they just got caught off guard, and Team Fnatic had such a good high ground. They just pincered them down, and but look at that, Fnatic. I think today is going to be all orange or maybe red.
And if I may interject,
go on.
Go ahead, play. No. Go,
all right. See, we got good comms. We're all polite and stuff. Like, you go. No, you go. All right, I'm gonna go. So the thing with IND is the fact that they aren't a team who have this big breakout moments. They're just a consistency personified, which is why even though they're in 5th position right now, they're 178 points. The top on the 5th position, Orange Rock on top is 255. Second place is Godlike at 254. Now, if IND have a big game, I'm talking about a chicken dinner with 10 kills, in a couple of big games, boom, that catapults them right on top. Because unlike many other teams, they rarely seem to have those games where they come bottom last or in the bottom 5. They seem to be always in the top 5, top 6 position. So they have a couple of good games, which can happen at any given moment. They might have a great opportunity to kind of, claw back, not claw back. They're only in a good spot right now, but kind of supersede some of the top teams right now, XP.
Now, just rolling the ball with IND. Fixes, you mentioned about the rotation. I think the rotations were on point. We first saw them go up against Team Hype. That was game 1. Fnatic, at one point, they were towards the west of Fnatic when I mentioned that, Fnatic is kind of spread out thin on top of that mountain. They did a major rotation. I don't think it's a matter of getting caught off guard because they knew exactly where the enemy was. They, at that point, didn't probably make enough cover, which I'm sure they are going to change right now in game 2.
Speaking of Fnatic, of course, right there we have the boys who got a chicken dinner and Ninja, well, doing a pretty good Ninja cosplay. And also being safe, being very, very safe. That's what you want to wear when you step outside your homes, ladies and gentlemen. We have always Scout, Ninja, Ash, and Ronak. And always the top fragger right now with 17 in the tournament, closely followed by Scout, and of course we have Ninja, Ash, and Ronak at the bottom there. But yeah, as a team, they're gonna be a little happy with the way things have played out. Bear in mind, Ninja and Ronak haven't played too many games so far. They have it split equally. Ronak's only played 6 or 7 games, which is why you can see his frag count is lower. But yeah, talking about Fnatic, we said that they want to go out with a bang. Final time holding that beautiful Fnatic banner in their hands, and you want to make sure that when they leave, it's going to be a good way to split the party. And we might be seeing that coming out from them. We might be seeing them just going gung-ho, guns a-blazing, nothing to lose. Right, Fixes?
Yeah, obviously. But if you would have noticed, Experiment put up a very good point when they were all split up, right? They were all 4-man split, and they had that trust issue today. I mean, I think they fixed that trust issue, and the way they had their synergies going in, the way they supported each other, I really loved it because that was needed. We know this is an all-stars lineup, and we know what they're capable of. And if you could see the statistics, Ninja hasn't played in after we have opened up. But still, he has those 12 kills running. Definitely, when Ninja gets back, I think Fnatic will have more of that kill punch going in. Yeah, definitely those. Definitely his name is Ninja, but his gameplay, the style, like how he prefers it's more like a flashy type. He likes to make those plays. He likes to go for the flicks, and I think I'm really waiting to see more out of him.
Well, I'm ready to see more out of him and everyone else as well. But right now, we have to go to a break. I apologize, but that's the way the show will be running. So we're going to be cutting to a break, and we'll be back with game number 2 of day 1 of week 2. That's a lot of numbers. I want to repeat that again. For game 2 of day 1 of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League, partnered by Mountain Dew. I always fail that sponsor shout out. Always. I'm going to get that right next time. But we're going to be back very, very quickly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after the break.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
There's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now. Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via Quick Draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
Welcome back, everyone, and it's gonna be on Sanhok. My name is Blair, and joining me as usual gonna be Experiment and Paint. I don't know about you guys. I'm ready. I'm ready for some tropical paradise. I want some tropical action taking place. Thank you.
I'm looking up at you right now.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah.
There we go. There we go. I'm ready. I just went to change my shirt real quickly here because it's gonna be Sanhok. It's gonna get hot and sweaty. It's gonna get a little humid as well. But what's gonna get really interesting is how the games are gonna be playing on out. It is gonna be the same teams playing. It's gonna be A, B, C, and D. And of course, before we do that, our shout out to our beverage partners, Mountain Dew. And without much further ado, let's do the dew and get back straight into the game. I couldn't rhyme it with the final word, but I tried there, XP.
Maybe you should have just, given up while you were ahead.
I should have. I'm not an Eminem, but I do try here and there. But Experiment. Here's a question for you. Here's a quick question for you. Sanhok and Team Seoul. Something about that map just seems to bring something special out of that team. Is it going to happen here again today?
It's all on how they rotate around. Because again, like I said yesterday, they won that game with 14 kills. Got that chicken dinner, right? And this is where it all started going good for them. The second last circle, as soon as the zone was formed, I was having a look because you guys were in game. I was spectating. As soon as the zone formed, it was empty and we had one big mountain. These guys literally packed their bags and rushed up right to the summit, to the tippity top, and, held their ground against an onslaught of enemies from all directions. And, it worked out for them. So maybe today as well, they need to keep an eye out on the zone. And they know that if they have a position to hold down, we know Seoul can really hold down the fort.
They can really hold on to fort. And Fixes, any other team for you which might stand out, or a team which you want to see doing better,
Synergy.
or who's Synergy? All right.
Yeah.
Why on Sanhok?
Straight up
because they've always had a good run in this particular map. The way they rotate, the way they drop, they'd always like to have the control of the map. But we have to understand that Sanhok is a RNG based map, but provided the rotations of Synergy, I have good vibes coming out from them, man.
I have good vibes coming out. I have good vibes as well. I mean, you can only get good vibes from Sanhok is what I like to say all the time. But we do have a few, for those of you just tuning in right now, we're probably going to be showing some standings for you guys in a bit. But right now, let's talk about Orange Rock. They have really come to play, right? We can't take that away from them. They're a team who have come to play right now, placing, I think, the first right now after that win.
Yes,
are
sir.
they? Yes, they are indeed.
Yeah, they are by 1 point.
Just by 1 point, and obviously they want to solidify that. But bear in mind, for Godlike, they are not playing at the moment. So that's an opportunity for the two teams, Orange Rock and Synergy, to really make an impact. Now, speaking of entity, though, rough start. Let's forget about what happened there. It was a misplay. It was some miscomm. Something went wrong. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah.
What do you see, or what do you expect to change with Gatak coming in? Experiment. I mean, he has been the pillar of this team since the very inception. And him stepping in, that's a statement. That's him saying that, all right, we got to switch things up a little bit. What do you expect them to change in the way they're approaching the game from what we saw yesterday from them?
Again, like I said, they're going to be what I feel is they're going to be a little slower because even though they got wiped out by Seoul in this previous match, again there was no reconnaissance done. That is something that obviously led to their downfall, and they assumed that particular compound is going to be empty. Again, you can't do these things at this stage. But what I feel is going to be different is I already kind of saw it. Normally, TSM, what we've been seeing, they've been going for a longer rotation into the center of the map. This time, they weren't doing that. They were playing from the periphery. I think that is something we're going to see them inch their way in towards the final zones.
That's something we saw from IND as well. They were playing to Military Island and Erangel. They took the sweet time coming into the blue. It took a while though, but they managed to have a pretty decently good placing. But you know what? Enough from me. I just talk bullshit all the time. That's my job. That's what I'm paid for. But you know what? Enough from my side. We're gonna be straight into the game. It's gonna be in Sanhok. I'm gonna grab myself a pina colada, sit back, relax, watch the game, and gentlemen, it's on to you. It's on to you to narrate the game while I sit back, relax, and enjoy. And everyone in the chat, I hope you guys have fun with this one as well. Gentlemen, take this bad boy away.
Play, how are you in my mind? I was just going to say pina colada. Oh my goodness, this man is a wizard. But anyway, Fixes, what is up, my friend? We are now going to be watching, all our teams play in Sanhok. And of course, no better man to know about the drop locations than you. Take it away, good sir.
I mean, I just have to wait for the circle to come in because that is where the magic will be happening most of the time. I need to see which teams are rotating really, really fast. Pretty classic circle, nothing too much out of the ordinary. Definitely TSM entity have their ruins this time, but Painan goes for the taking for Team Synergy. Fnatic must be quite happy with the way they've dropped because bootcamp and they haven't got anyone to contest so far. But things might be a little bit difficult for Team IND and Dead Eyes to make that rotation coming in, considering they have Orange Rock at the bay.
I mean, I think normally what we saw was the boys from Elementrix, who of course are in Group E, and they should be playing the last game. They actually might land at those northern triple warehouses just north of boot camp, and then we see them go towards that northern projection, and they like looting all the houses between boot camp and Paradise Resort. So of course no one over there to contest them right now, but I do see a member from Jean Mara who is kind of close by boot camp, just a little to the east, in one of those houses up there. But the zone is pretty much it's going to favor everyone. Everyone is going to have plenty of time to move in, especially that small island where Camp Alpha is located. A lot of teams over there. This time, Team IND split in a two-man split to the north and south of said camp. But, we have a couple of other teams there as well.
One thing, if you can observe closely, XP, is that INES drop location. I think they're doing something what Godel does, and all the time I have analyzed. I guess Godlike has a very, very good drop location, considering the fact that they've had a high ground. But what do we see over here? Sirvi taking down members of Team Hype, and Hype have already lost one man. But yes, getting back to what we were pondering upon, that is Team INES. Usually, we've seen INES clashing with Team Seoul in Kampong. Now they've gone to Lakavi, but today they're trying out something new. They're trying to go to where Godel usually goes, and that is where I think a lot of changes might happen, because a lot of the teams coming from South have to climb up that that steep hill, and that is where, if INES has the players placed well, can do wonders.
Absolutely, and you just mentioned Seoul just a moment ago. Now, we did see that Seoul and INES, they both contend for Kampong, right? But again, once I was watching them drop, none of them went in that direction. First of all, and Seoul, almost naked as a day, he was gone, but he gets taken down by Badrev. And now this is what we just spoke about. None of them hit Kampong. They kind of scattered around, and Aman just paid the price for being far away from his teammates, and INES come out with first blood as far as the boys from Seoul are concerned.
I mean, this is where the reverse psychology played in because I think Team Soul had a hunch that maybe we could have just dropped there, and we know that INES goes to Lakavi. We could just chill and go there and loot. But then there is INES. Voila, we have also done our part of our research, and now we're gonna get you. That is the RNG factor also coming into play. Now, Team Soul has to, make that approach very, very carefully. Now they cannot afford another mistake. They cannot afford to lose another comrade because losing out on a teammate will make their approach very, very passive, which is something that nobody wants to see from this side.
I mean, of course, you don't want to see passive gameplay from
Yeah.
anyone, so to speak. But we'll come to that in a second. Team Hype over here, they did lose that member earlier on to Synergy, if I'm not mistaken. I was just looking at my notes, and Blink, you said that, oh my goodness, SGE shot someone, and looked up, and boom, it was already gone. So I kind of missed that, but I'm glad I caught up with you. But yeah, I mean. Nobody wants to see passive gameplay from their favorite teams.
Yeah.
But again, it is quintessential that, at the beginning, you want to get as much loot as you can. You want to be well prepared for those big fights that usually take place towards the end of each game. But this is Sanhok. And you can get shot any minute. You might be thinking, you know what, I'm just going to go on a nice little stroll through the jungle, have a good time, and boom, you've got gunfire on your backside, and you were blown to smithereens. But on your screens right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have Marcus Gaming, who fixes. If you remember, they didn't have the best start all up until yesterday. They were on the latter half of the table. Today,
Yeah.
right now, of course, since the boys from Group E are not playing, that includes Powerhouse, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix. Do you think they have a chance to kind of make up a few points? And again, we talk about psychology a lot.
Yeah.
Is that going to be an issue?
I think it's going to matter a lot because obviously, if you end the note on a good possible manner, I think you'll be positive coming in the next day. Something, and that also might go the other way around. What went with TSM entity? We thought that after that first day they were dominating, and the next day they just kept shattering down. Just teams were outplaying them in every areas, and that has been a problem with TSM entity so far. What I really feel XP is they're being a little bit careless. They're getting a little, caught off guard most of the times. The recon, like you said earlier, that is also an issue right now. I think
Mhm.
TSM entity needs to work out on a lot of front. But look at what we see here. That's a drop. Do you want that drop ever?
That's the double barrel shotgun, of course. Close range, it will definitely obliterate the enemy. But again, no one wants to get that close. I mean, everybody wants to observe their personal space. Of course, you have to keep a meter's distance away. Social distancing apparently is also a part of the game now, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. But we'll come to that in a second. Mega Stars over here, another team that you have, you really have high hopes from these
Yeah.
boys. I see they might be picking a fight with the boys from VSG Crawlers, who again yesterday, if I remember clearly, on day 4 of week 1, the first 3 matches they came out swinging, and did a very, very, very good job. But towards the end there, I don't know. I feel I want to know one thing, Fixes. So,
Yeah.
you watched these boys play a lot, and they've been playing against each other for the last, even more than 2 months, probably 3 or 4 months. I mean, we've seen them on the big stage. Pretty much, custom games now are synonymous with these chaps, right? So,
Yeah.
when you get a knock, suppose
Yeah.
suppose I am a member of VSG Crawler, and
All
I get
right.
a knock on, say, a member from Fnatic or from
Yeah.
Soul. What is going through my mind at that time? Am I anxious? Am I nervous? Or am I like, you know what? Let's make a name for ourselves.
I don't think that must be happening with all these guys because come on, we as fans might be thinking, oh my god, Souls are such a big team, Fnatic such a big org, VSG crawlers, nah. But that's not the case with these lads because they respect each other. They know they're playing the same league. They know they're playing the same tier. They know that you cannot undermine anyone over here because they've all worked their way through. They've all grinded their ass off, and now today they're here playing against each other. I think they treat every single knock as just another knock. And talking about dead eyes, I mean, I had a short glimmer of hope from their side that maybe they would just climb up a few stairs, but it doesn't look like that.
Well, we all know that Shifu is a grandmaster and he's very good at training Po. But over here, I wonder if he's trained his teammates because, like you said, you had a glimmer of hope from them, right? You thought that they might shine a bit bright. It is still week 2, day 1. They have a lot of matches to play. They can probably make something out of this. Let's see. I mean, I hope that good luck to all teams that are participating. But they were looking to pick a fight with Orange Rock, which of course will come to any moment if that fight breaks out. But on our screens right now, probably one of the moments yesterday that really captivated me was Pan Singh's cover from afar on the members of INES, if
Oh
you
yeah,
remember, in Miramar, match number
Miramar.
1.
Oh, but what do we
Whoa!
see? Oh
Whoa!
my
Wait a second. Forget the MK, guys. Forget the MK. Brilliant weapon. We just saw our first bolt action knockdown straight to the face. Oh, that was a headshot by IND Slayer.
Slam dunk, baby. But you can see, IND going with those antiques. I mean, in the map of Sanhok, bolt action, I would question you again. But then there's Slayer
Hey,
coming in with all those magic. I know you
hey.
like that guy. I know you are from that bolt action hierarchy. You're from that family. But I mean, in a map like Shinnok, where you have those, close range fights happening, mid
Mhm.
range fights happening, then Slayer comes in and no, wait a second, guys, hold my beer. I'm going to take a knock, and that's where he delivers. Booyah! I'm impressed, to be honest.
Now we have Marcus Gaming over here. He has an idea with the boys from Celsa. Celsa again, they need to up their game. We'll talk about that in a second. And Marcus Gaming's Max Kosh getting caught out by Ultron, I do believe, towards the left. He just ran out of that potential knock location with that grenade going off. But you got to keep an eye out. The dude is providing good cover. MJ has been knocked and taken out in a matter of seconds, in the blink of an eye. I literally blinked and he was out of my screen. But Illusion over here, he does get a knock on OR.
Ooh.
And you know what? These boys are saying, hey, we are here too. He just got to finish fixes.
I mean, they're here for redemption today. I mean, Shifu is like, you're in my land. You're in Vietnam right now. You gotta respect me. You gotta respect my area right now. I know the ways around, and that's where he got that knock onto it. And Orange Rocks, kind of seems to be in a lot of trouble. But look at this. What is going to happen? Because Mr. Spray is cooking that grenade. Did you see that projectile? Did it just bounce off? Was it just a visual glitch? Because by the looks of it, Team Tamilas are in a lot of trouble. But we see Team Soul also going against, I think, VSG Crawlers. Regulatos just got a knock on CG. But there you see Team Tamilas in again a fix. They have kind of been surrounded. Now, slowly and steadily, members of Team Giant Mara are swarming down onto it. This poor little guy, Mr. Spray. I do not know how long is he going to survive. He's still giving up that fight. He's made that one knock, but he's trying to go for the second. Let's see. He's quite low on his HP. Switch to his SKS, but he keeps single tapping, but that's too much. When with that, we see Team Tamilas getting eliminated right in the start.
Jean Mara out in full form today. They have a squad wipe to their names already. And what's this? Aman has come to his injuries earlier on. He is out of this game as well. Soul reduced to a 3-man squad. These boys have to traverse on foot towards the new zone. But I think they already are in the zone. They're trying to get a better position. Of course, these giant warehouses just northwest of the quarry is going to be super helpful in that regard. Again, they did have VSG Crawlers at their heel just a few moments earlier, and I did see the kill feed when you mentioned that somebody from Soul, I think it was Regaltos, who got a knock with a grenade on the boys from VSG. But again, Aman, I beg your pardon, Aman was lost earlier on. I don't know why. I thought I saw something in the kill feed. Aman, of course, we saw going down right at the beginning. He fell to Bad Rev, if I'm not wrong, from INES. But what's going to happen right now is, I'll tell you fixes. Now, everyone is going to hold themselves up in either on top of a mountain or in a compound, but the zone is going to come and say, you know what, you guys have to move out. And just as I say that, Viper gets a knock and a finish on Pansing, but we are focusing on the boys from Megastars who are picking a fight with INES. INES gets that knock. However, he will be on fire figuratively and literally because that guy is, firing on all cylinders right now.
I mean, now I think Team INES has a better control over that fight. But look at the kill feed all booming down. Daljit also has got lost his life. So Team Deadeyes are capitalizing on that situation. Now Wadu Sir takes a knock onto his Viru. Now things have gotten really spiced up as Mavi does try to survive. But hey there, I think the Kung Fu Panda spirit has come in within the members of Team Deadeye. Shifu sir definitely guiding his team for some, ninja action, baby. Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, Orange Rock, how out of this game. They
Oh, yeah.
definitely are going to have to retweak a few things here and there. But Dead Eye guys, you just counted them out right now, Fixes. I think they heard you. I think they are listening to us right now, and they're like, "How dare you?" And they just kind of showed you up. But wonderful, wonderful outing by the boys from Dead Eye guys with that squad wipe on Orange Rock. Mind you, they applied the pressure on them right from the beginning. From that island, they swam all the way across to the zone and then got that finish. So, Orange Rock was under fire right from the beginning. But right now, the boys from Megastars, these guys have patched themselves up and they have a long ways to go towards the zone, but I'm sure they're going to make it. But they do have VSG crawlers lurking in the way as a form of potential opposition.
But look at what we see on our screen. I think TSM entity Clutch God has definitely spotted out the members of Team Synergy. Meanwhile, Slayer is like, wait, I need to avenge the members of Team Orange Rock. And now he's gone on towards the members of Team Deadeyes. But I think they're going all in. I think Wadusur has been taken down. But Team Fanatics players, they're taking a little bit of damage. But still, then they're holding the ground straight. They know there's a fight erupting right ahead of them. But Team Deadeyes are still answering back. Lazy Sir is like, we're not going to give up without a fight. And he takes that knock onto its Slayer. But Jonathan, with all those praise and all might, again, do you see that XP Synergy left Painan, and TSM entity has taken capitalization of this entire place.
I believe we have a fight breaking out between the boys from Soul and Megastars in very close proximity to each other. Soul down to 2 members. Mortal did get a knock on the member of Megastars, but he got knocked and finished in turn. Regaltoss and Viper up against a 4-man squad. And have a look at how Mega is currently clumped in. Onko and Swag with very low HP. Oh my goodness, a little bit of ill footing over there would have sent him tumbling down to his death. And I thought Onko was down, and he is going down. He is going to get knocked out. Can Regaltoss capitalize on this? Fortunately for Onko, he does have a lot of rocky cover over there. Otherwise, that would have spelled trouble. But Regaltoss is going to back off right now because I think Viper is probably about a few hundred meters away. And this is what's happening. Regaltoss goes down. He shoots. He gets 1 knock. They need to be careful. They suddenly realize, oh my goodness, this boy is right up on the heel. I thought he was going to lob a grenade. Regaltoss with the 2nd knock. Encore just got patched up. He goes down again. Now these guys are in trouble. Those grenades just to push Regaltoss back. But again, 1 grenade can end it all for them.
But at the same time, Megastars are focusing on their revives, and Regaltoss is in a kind of a sketchy situation right now. He's doing a lot, but he still has a lot to do. And the 4th circle will take down, and maybe Regaltoss did get a few kills. Now, Vexy and Paradox, these 2 guys still remain. Meanwhile, Regaltoss still are taking those heals, but you cannot stay there for such a long time, Regaltoss. There is where the grenade comes in, and I think he will be taken off. Now he'll be finished off. I'm looking, where is the other member of Team Soul? Why has he abandoned his teammate? But Megastars live to fight yet another day. But Viper's there. He is all dressed in green right now. I think any moment he will spot down the members of Team Megastars and will put them down to their miseries.
I'm gonna just point out a few things. Mistakes were made on either side. Onko falling down. I just made a joke about how slippery the rocks are, and your footing needs to be precise. That just cost Megastars 2 members and Regaltoss, of course. There's a saying that while get out while you're ahead, which something Blay should have done when he was rhyming a little earlier. Sorry, Blay. But, he should have gotten out. I don't know why he stayed there too long. Viper also maybe could have backed up his teammate because they were out in the blue. They were taking damage regardless. And now, both teams, they've kind of paid the price for those mistakes. But again, that is something that you have to learn from your mistakes and you grow. So we'll see a different change over there. Now, this is what I want to talk about. Everyone is running frantically because the zone has thrown a massive curveball, and I mean the zone is now going towards the ruins. Fixes.
Yeah, definitely it is going in. But look at PSG Crawlers. They're spraying down left and right. Arvi's got all 3 knocks, pinpoint, and now Machine is the last man surviving. And he's already very low on his HP, and it's the 4th circle that has sticked in. Now Machine has a lot of decision making to make. I'm pretty sure he cannot revive any one of them, because the moment he goes for that res, they will get knocked down again. But then again, getting back to the last fight in hand, we just saw, I think they could have just boosted up and supported each other. Meanwhile, I think there's a fight also erupted between team I guess Entity and team Synergy. But look at what we see. I think Viper's taken down. Meanwhile, Megastar's Paradox is doing really good. He got Bhishma as well. Fnatic Ash will take a fight against members of team Giant Mara, but will get knocked in the process.
There's a massive fight breaking out on the hill south of Bootcamp, because everyone has to now cross the bridge, cross the river, head over towards the island where the ruins are located. And we have Fnatic, who kind of created a roadblock along with the roadblock on the bridge, and people are just running into that right now. Now we see Jean Mara's Gunner getting knocked out by Oasis, and that is going to be an issue. The way Fnatic is spread out right now, I'm telling you, Fnatic right now, their comms are on point, although they have lost Ash just a little while ago. Mumba fell at this exact location. Of course, we were not privy to that fight. However, Megastars are coming in from behind as well. I think they are survived by Vexy and Paradox. I'm going to have to confirm on that in a second. VSG Crawlers are out in 10th position with 4 points. Deadeye, guys. Wonderful outing by them, I must say. 8 kills to their name.
They're playing their hearts out. These guys are back. And meanwhile, TSM Entity going all in on the members of Team Synergy. I kind of see a refight, if you remember the last Sanhok fight, where Jonathan kind of went on towards the boys and finished them off. But now is the similar situation. But meanwhile, TSM Karthik, he's kind of a little bit far, providing cover from behind. But Zigod takes a knock onto it. Ted and Jonathan will be a man finishing him off. But we still have Sirvis surviving. I think Team Synergy has always been living on the edge so far. They still have, again, they've come down to that one last man. Do you think he can clutch it out again?
Well, I mean, anything goes right now, because TSM have to be careful. They have the boys from Stealth at one end to contend with. And wait a second, Fnatic, even though they put up an impressive show, not just in Game 1, but in Game 2 in Sanhok as well, they have been eliminated in 8th position, which leaves us to our last 7 teams, ladies and gentlemen, out of which, let me just tell you right now, we only have 2 whole teams. Well, 3 whole teams. Entity, IND, and Marcus Gaming. Stealth survived by 2 members. Megastars, Jan Mara, and Synergy have 1-man squads representing them right now, which again is going to put the pressure on, but it's not going to stop them from taking the fight to the enemy. We just saw a grenade knocking out a member of TSM Entity, and you know what it is? They do not back out, but unfortunately the Celts are going to have to bow out from this game. Now, what's going to be interesting is how the boys from Marcus Gaming are going to stop TSM Entity coming into the zone, because for TSM Entity right now, smoke grenades are going to be essential.
I mean, in the map like Sanhok, I really doubt if they have any utilities left. But look at the position of Team IND and TSM Entity. They still have got those hills for themselves. But in the meanwhile, I guess Max Cash kind of overstepped a little bit and paid off and got knocked straight away. But Slayer delivering again another slam dunk XP. Slayer's all lit up today, baby.
I trained him well. Nah, I'm kid. I kid. I joke. But right now, Team IND, they definitely have the higher ground right now. But TSM is unloading on them Clutch Squad, trying to get those knocks as quickly as possible, and in turn getting shot at as well. But he is, we've got trees for cover. Something interesting for you right now. 4 teams. Jean Mara is still in the game. I think Sonim is the last member. He is just, I think he's been spotted just as I said his name. Surya is the one who spots him. And the play zone will in fact play spoil sport and take that kill, leaving us to our last 3 teams. whole team, something you do not see on this bigger stage. We have a 4v4 situation, a true Mexican standoff between these big names, Marcus Gaming, IND, and TSM Entity.
And look at the way these guys are rotating, especially Team IND. Now, I think they have to give that res on to their assaulter. That is Snacks. He's been knocked out, but we really need a lot out of him right now. Snacks is the one who has to deliver. He's definitely been given the res, but Slayer gets into action, knocks down Clutch God, Trans knocks down the dude. Now Team IND is speaking. Team IND is all in, and they also have to get inside the circle. They tried to overextend a bit, but got knocked in the process. But Slayer, look at him. He's not here to stop. He is keeping the spray on, and with that, he's got a domination to his name XP.
I think the boys from TSM are in trouble. Ghatak on very low HP. He does not have a lot of options to them. They do have 5 kills to their names right now. They will be a 2-man squad because the zone is currently in their favor. They do not have a lot of movement to do. However, now this is going to be tricky. The boys from Marcus Gaming are currently kind of entrenched in those houses. They have to pick a fight with Team IND whilst moving into the zone. So it's going to be a run and gun situation, which we see any second. Have a look. The zone has started. It is going to force them. They are at the longer end of the zone. So Team IND is going to have to move out fast. Nax has an idea of where the enemy is. Slayer, again, Ghatak can't really do anything right now. I did see that M24 headshot. He has been pinned down behind that rock. Their game is not over yet. France lighting up the member from Marcus Gaming. Surya has been knocked out. Ghatak gets eliminated by the play zone, and that is the end of TSM Entity. Down to the last 2 teams, mate.
Oh my goodness, the magic.
It's a 5-on-1, that's it. It's a 4-on-1 right now.
It's done. It's done. I mean, it's done. I mean, it's a 5v1.
Team
Why? I'll tell you,
IND.
because they're outside the zone. Now Slayer's kind of overextending, and he knows that. He knows that. He has had a match of his life with all those headshots connecting in, and I think he deserves the MVP on this one.
Trouble in paradise for a few teams, and IND coming out with that winner chicken dinner. Amazing play. Wow, that kind of made sense. Play.
That's right.
I mean, there was a lot of bloodshed in paradise, mate.
Yeah.
There was a lot of bloodshed in paradise. There was trouble in paradise for some teams, but it was a paradise city for Team IND. And we said this. We said it was Team IND. They get those high placings. They just need one big game, a couple of big games, and that's going to be them on top of the leaderboards. And guess what? You had chicken dinner, baby. What a play for them.
I've got to say one thing. I mean,
MVP,
there we go. I was just going to talk about this gentleman right here. Team IND Slayer with those 4 kills. 583 damage, but that is not what sets him apart. Fixes, eat your words, mate. Woo. You said a sniper
I take back.
be effective. We saw 3, not 1, not 2 Blay, but 3 M24 headshots.
I'm just gonna say, I just the excitement in your voice that Slayer was raining blood all over their opponents. Very impressive showing from IND, and that's really gonna help their overall standings, right? They have been consistently getting good points here and there, but let's talk a little bit about Megastars as well. Let's not take it away. Second placing, they have been consistently grinding back into the tournament. They have been increasing the placement points as well. Just want to touch upon one thing which happened there. I think it was a big moment there from Team Soul. Regaltos, he had such a great opportunity there, and I really want to hear your thoughts, XP, on this. What went wrong there?
Before I bring that out, we have that conundrum again, Blay. It was Marcus Gaming who finished second. MGZ.
Not Megastars.
Okay.
My bad. I'm
Not
sorry.
It happens.
It's confusing.
It's
so
confusing. Because Marcus Gaming, it's going to go with MGZ. There is no Z in Marcus Gaming, unless my English is terrible. But here we have from Team Megastars, Paradox 5 kills, Slayer from Team IND with 4. We have from Lazy Sir. We haven't really seen him do much, to be honest, so far, but he's done a great job here. 4 kills for him, and for IND, Trans chiming in with 3 of his own. And Sirvi, here's the thing, man. Synergy don't even get top 3, but Sirvi, you can count him out. He's always going to be doing something in the server.
Absolutely. Fixes. So I'm going to come to you in a second, but Dead Eye guys, mate. These guys, 8 kills, no small feat. They're getting their name on the leaderboard right now. I think that is, they definitely deserve a round of applause.
Indeed, they do, and of course, now I'm going to throw this one to you, Fixes. What went wrong with that fight with Regaltos? He was looking so good. He was just mowing them down, and then It all went wrong.
Viper. I mean, I was searching for Viper. Where was he? If he had that, cover fire from his teammate, I think he could have done a little bit better over there. I think they could have had a better control over the fight, because we have to give it up to this lad. He took amazing two brilliant knocks, and he was applying that constant pressure. But Viper had to, prioritize the zone. But then again, if he had his teammate over there, they could have, eliminated Megastars, and later they got finished by Megastars themselves, but which could have been absolutely avoided.
We do have the standings for you guys up on your screen right about now. There we go. Almost timed it for perfection. Team IND on top. They wanted a big game, and they finally have it. 29 kills for the Marcus Gaming coming in second. Just 3 frags, but that's okay. Second placing is second placing. TSM Entity, definitely a good bounce back. In fact, I think the 2 players staying alive there behind that rock for so long, it looked unlikely. And they even netted a couple of kills before they got taken down. Got like the last remaining member for them, ensures they get 16 points. So it's definitely going to help matters. Megastars, not Marcus Gaming, coming in fourth, but they have 7 kills. And we have John Mara, Synergy, Deadeyes guy rather, having a much better performance. And VSG Crawlers again. They're always in the top 8. They're always in the top 8. Somehow they managed to sneak their way in. Your thoughts on this, XP?
Well, I mean, they do have that potential. I mean, they're always top 8. You are right, but they obviously want to be in the top 3, which is where we see them most often. But coming up in 9th position, we have the boys from Fnatic. Not the best outing, even though they kind of held their ground against a lot of teams during that battle just north of Painan at the bridge. Followed by Fnatic, of course, we have the boys from Cells in 10th. Soul finishing in 11th. Could have gone up a bit higher. Like I said earlier, mistakes were made on account of both teams in that little skirmish. INES and 12th.
Yeah, and of course we have the bigger disappointments would be, of course, Umumba being there at the bottom as well. They're not going to be very happy with that. But let's start. Team Soul. I mean, we said it's a map where, Sanhok's a map where they really shine. They win their fights, they go for early fights. And bear in mind, this is a one map where we had a lot of early game action taking place. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. But hey, guess what? I'm going to be popping out this bad boy later on today because we have another Sanhok taking place. And that's going to be interesting. But right now, far from the jungle, the humid plains of, humid jungles of Sanhok, we're going to be jumping into Miramar. That's coming up next. But before that, we do have the overall standings for you guys, and it's going to be Orange Rock still on top, despite a very disappointing showing on Sanhok. They're going to retain their top spot at 256 points. TSM Entity, now they're back in the top 3 with a very good placing there. IND from 5th to 4th right now. I told you they needed a big game, and then now they crack that 200 points total points. And now if they have another big one, godlike TSM Entity and Orange Rock, they need to keep an eye out behind them. Synergy dropping down a bit. Umumba a little disappointing. Fnatic hold on to the 7th spot. You have VSG Crawlers, Marcos, and Megastars to close out the top 10. Fixers, take me to the second half of the table here.
I think second half looks pretty obvious, and not a much of hodgepodge has been taken place. We have 11th, finally team Soul kind of dropping down to the second half yet again. But a few teams I think have gone to that first half. That includes Megastars definitely, as we can see of. But Deadeyes guys, I mean, these guys played so well. I really felt that maybe this time, maybe they could have gone to the 18th position or 19th, but they're a little too short. They need to rack up a lot of points, Blay.
They need to rack up a lot of points indeed. They are showing signs of life. And hey, we still have 2 more weeks, right? We have 12 days. That's 4 times 3, 4 games per week, 12 days times 5 is 60 games. Is it 48? I think it's 48 games per team. But I think it's 60 maps in total. Yeah, that's my math is failing me. But the thing is, that's a big number. We have a lot of games, a lot of action remaining. So there's always an opportunity for the tables to get flipped. And now Deadeye guys showing that they are not exactly minnows either. They can have those moments here and there. But now we're going to be talking a little bit more about some of the big players coming in from this particular matchup. But any takeaways from you, XP? Because this was a very high octane game, some people might say.
I'm going to come back to. I know I'm beating around the same bush. I'm going to come back to that Soul versus Mega skirmish that we saw on top of the cliffs. We
should have a highlight for that later on for you guys.
We definitely need to have it because it was like a domino effect. One mistake on Onko's part led to Mega losing 2 people, and then Regeltos, beautiful display over there. He realized that, okay, somebody got knocked, somebody went down to pick up his teammate. He suddenly backed off, went down, got cover, peeks, shoots, gets 2 connects, but I think he waited there just a bit too longer. He should have been content with 2, move back to his teammate where Viper was in the zone, and then wait for the boys to come in.
And of course, we do have the Mountain Dew Dar ke aage jeet hai moment, and well, Fixes, take this one away. You were having fun with this.
I mean, I really loved the way Team IND kind of rotated. Then again, they had that problem. They had a lot of squads nearby them when they had to rotate from that northwestern bridge. But they did it with passion, and the way they've entered, we've always seen IND struggling with the number of kills. They've always had the position, hold on, but in the kills department, they were a little bit lacking behind. But now I think they've compensated it for all.
He did compensate for it all as well. There you have it, the standing Slayer, tied with Trance, 21 kills apiece. In fact,
Tied
all
with
three of them.
21's the
Snacks as
number.
well.
21's the number.
21 is a golden number, but they don't want to stop there. Now, once you hit 21, you can drink in most places across the country, across the world, but they don't want to stop there. You want to rack up those points. Go up there. Kratos a little bit quiet, but 16 kills is nothing to scoff at either. And this team as a whole, they have quietly but definitely managed to drill a hole into my heart and make their home there, because they have been just sheer consistency personified. And like I said, they have another big game here, another couple of big games today or tomorrow. They can easily be just knocking off some of the big teams on the top three right there. Orange Rock, you have TSM Entity, you have Godlike. They need to keep an eye on these guys because they are looking very, very deadly indeed. XP, before we cut to a break, final thoughts on your takeaways from Sanhok and what you would probably might be expecting to see a little differently when we see Sanhok being played later during the day.
To be honest with you, I don't expect to see anything different, because mostly all the teams kind of played it to perfection. Like I said, the zone was the biggest MVP here as well, because it just threw that massive curveball at the end, which forced everyone to migrate due west, and that is where they kept getting picked off one by one.
They get picked off one by one, and I'm just waiting for that one highlight. I do believe everyone is just still waiting for. That is, of course, that fight with Erangel. He played it to perfection, but like you said, I do believe you didn't mention as well. Once you're ahead, you need to know when to nope the hell out of there. You need to know when to get out. A little disappointed for Orange Rock though. They've been having a rough time this time around. And there we go. XP, take me through this. What went wrong?
Right here. Look, Erangel knows that there's somebody injured. They jump down. He gets that perfect time. He peeks out, shoots, because that guy is just recovering from his jump. He knows it, that okay, he can get a knock, but right over here he waited far too long, and I'm talking at least 10-15 seconds too long, and that's when Mega capitalized on it. Of course, Viper was a bit too far off. He was helpless in that situation, but Avi over here with another impressive tuck, and he got those knocks, rapid knocks.
Never listen, XP, never ever stop making those gun sounds.
Yes, sir. Understood. I mean, I get carried away with it. I mean, I am a nerd
I love it. I love it. I love the fact that Can you make the Om sound? The AWM. Do it again. It sounds like a fart. Do it again.
We'll do it. It needs to come naturally. I can't force it. I'm a storyteller in it. No, I'm just kidding. But again, IND stole my heart with that M24. Click, boom, and I'm a happy man right now, to be honest with you.
Happy man right now. Fixes, are you a happy man as well?
Obviously, looking at the way Team IND has played, and I wouldn't be, I'm like really happy that XP has proven me wrong this time, because bolt action and Sanhok don't usually go hand in hand, but
it's
the
true.
way,
it's logical. Yeah.
the way Slayer played that gun, I mean, hats off to the dude.
Speaking of the way the players have been playing with their guns, Sirvi's still on top, man. This guy is just indomitable, isn't he? Just holding onto the top position, tied alongside Smokey from a Godlike. Can't take him away from it. Neo, always. He's been consistently in the top 5 placing from the beginning of the tournament. Of course, joined ably by his compatriot Jonathan. And to close it out in the top 5 kill leaders overall table, it is Orange Rock's Daljeets. I mean, these are the 5 guys. If you talk about pure fragging potential XP in India, in the South Asian region, I mean, these 5 names are going to be the tip of the tongue, right?
I mean, they're tip of the tongue. They're synonymous with the kill leaders, with the best players that you want to be, you want to know about. And of course, let's not leave Mavi behind with those devastating grenades in Miramar yesterday. Austin X, if you remember, day 1, day 2, this guy was the ultimate machine. This guy was just gunning people down left, right, and center. Of course, one of my favorites, the dude.
The dude definitely being a force to be reckoned with, the Lebowski himself. For those of you who haven't watched the movie, not getting a reference, The Big Lebowski, watch it. It's a classic. It's a brilliant Coen Brothers movie, and I feel it's something everyone should at least witness once in their life. But that's neither there. Fixes before we do throw it to a break and before we jump into map number 3, which is going to be in Miramar. We did see a bit of Miramar action yesterday. Are you expecting this more of the same, something different? Any team which you want to stick out?
Fnatic to win today. I want Fnatic to win Miramar, because that has always been their strong suit. They've always dominated Miramar, but lately, yesterday, if you could have put the same question, I would have said that they're lacking their team synergy. But I think they've gotten whatever was wrong, whatever was faulty, fixed up today. They're looking good. They're looking strong. I think Miramar will be taken by Fnatic.
Well, we'll be taken by Fnatic. That's a very bold statement, and I can't take it away from you. They did win map number 1 Erangel in a very convincing fashion. They weren't too shoddy either here. They put up a decent fight. It's not like they came bottom last, right? XP, for you, gonna throw you under the not really throw you under the table, put you on a spot rather. Which team do you want to win, or would you expect to win Miramar?
Can I be super diplomatic right now and say that I wish everyone the best?
No diplomacy. This is not the United Nations. This is the PUBG Mobile.
Names, bro.
I think VSG Crawlers needs to up their ante right now.
VSG Crawlers, that's a bold statement, and I like that. And on that note, chicken dinner. They need to get a chicken dinner, VSG Crawlers and Fnatic. And for me, I don't care. I'm the host. I can say whatever I want. We're going to be coming to a very quick break right now, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll be back with more action. Map number 3. The day is heating up here. Day 1 of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia. We'll see you on the other side.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
Mountain Dew, डर के आगे जीत है।
The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now. Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now. Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others.
Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3. Short breaks. You love to see it. Not much time. I hope you guys hydrating yourself. It is kind of hot. It is summer. It is hot and sweaty. And indeed, very aptly, we're going to be going to a very hot and dry place. It's going to be in the fields, the deserted plains of Miramar. We're going to be seeing action here for game number 3 of the first day of week 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Of course, powered by Mountain Dew. And joining me, as usual, is going to be Experiment and Fixes. Now, XP, so far it's been a very, very hotly contested affair. We've seen some Fnatic coming out of the door, just all guns are blazing, bam, bam, supreme, just knocking everyone out of the park in game number 1. In game number 2, IND finally getting the chicken dinner and looking very, very dangerous in the top placings there. Now, coming into Miramar, it is a very different ball game altogether. The biggest map in the game compared to Sanhok, which is the smallest one. Now, what's going to play out here? Before we went to the break, you did say VSG Crawlers are a team that you want to get that chicken dinner. Explain yourself.
So the thing is, with VSG, they're synonymous with the top 8 placing, as you mentioned. You know, we continuously see them on the first half of the table, but they're a consistent team. Yeah. We see them finishing top 3rd almost half the time, and then half the time they kind of just drop off a little bit. They need that chicken dinner just to boost their standing in the table, and just get that ball rolling and get that momentum going for them. But Fixes, I want to bring something to you. It's Miramar. Let me ask you, are we going to see some sniping?
Oh, why not? I mean, provided we just what we just witnessed in Sanhok, I'm pretty sure that Team IND might just amp it up a little bit. And yes, IND has had a fair run with the game of Miramar as well.
And well, on that note, we're going to be jumping in straight into the game. No time being wasted. You don't have to see our ugly faces. Well, not mine, but you can see these two beautiful people later on. But we're going to be jumping into Miramar. You can look at the playing pad as well. It's going to start in Minas del Valle all the way to La Croberia. Can't even pronounce it properly. But on that note, gentlemen, you're much better than me at this job. Take it away. Fix this experiment. Bring us the freaking action.
Alrighty, so if you have a look at the playing path, normally we always see a northwestern, southeastern. You can use your directions a bit. Right now, we are going straight up. We are going south to north. And fixes, everyone is going to be jumping where they want. I mean, there's a little bit of a glitch, but have a look at where Jonathan is right now. It looks like he is already heading to the trailer park. Of course, that is a little bit of an issue over there.
Yeah, I think that's a glitch, but pretty much a classic Miramar flight path that we get to see right now. Team Synergy going towards Valadimar, but Team IND doing what they do best. They always have those weird drop locations. I think they have a thing with those extreme drop locations. In Erangel, you see them going towards the south. In Miramar, you see them going towards the south. In Sanhok, you see them going towards the northwest corner. So I think that they like those long rotations, but this time look at the circle. I think the circle is going to be very crucial, and Minas Generalis and Junkyard, these two areas are going to be very crucial. I mean, you just need to take your loot and get yourself over there.
Well, I mean, I do see a lot of teams kind of heading in a cluster, almost, so to speak, towards one particular place. Of course, the boys from Team IND, Team Hype, and Team Tamilas, all the three teams pretty close to each other. But of course, once the shoots open up, you tend to glide a bit more and head to your favorite locations. But yes, talking about the circle, it is going to be towards the northeast aspect of the map. Of course, you mentioned the Junkyard and Minas Generalis over there. El Azahar is in contention as well. I wonder if someone is actually going to drive far out and try and get it up as soon as possible. But the boys from IND already on the ground, and I think I saw a bolt action. Somebody might
is that
just
a Winchester?
Was that a Winchester or was that a Car 98 on someone?
I think that was the Winchester XP. But yeah, getting back to what we were talking about, El Azhar. I mean, that's the team that you rooted for. VSG Crawlers, they love El Azhar. Oh, wait.
I told you.
Oh my God. We're just waiting for that 8 times, right? I mean, 8 times and a Car 98. Car 98, still a better love story.
Knowing Slayer, he can do it with the red dot or the iron sights as well. But yeah, I mean, you were talking about El Azhar right now.
Yeah, so VSG Crawlers loves that place, and I think with them just getting those vehicles and being able to go there and rotate really fast might just help out. This could have been a very good game for Powerhouse, but I really doubt if they're playing in this particular game. I think they're not playing because they're in Group E, and the circle as we speak of is somewhat near Minas Generalis, which is where they usually drop.
For all you fans of Powerhouse, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix, stay tuned because your boys might not be playing this match, but they will be turning up in Game 5. So stick around to the end. You will see them in action. This, of course, is the third game right now between the boys from Group A, B, C, and D. Now, talking about you, Mumba, who are currently on our screens, we did see a wonderful outing from them, especially towards the beginning of any game. These guys are, they are well versed with their surroundings, which in turn leads to some fantastic plays. And of course, Pansing, he is going to get to those hard to get spots and, provide cover from up top as we saw him doing yesterday. But right now in front of them, we again should have the boys from INES. Do you think we're going to see a repeat of something that happened yesterday or not?
I think this is very gutsy if Team INES actually comes to contest Team Humumba again in their home turf. But what do we see on our screen here? Nang's going all burst fire mode onto its Max Crash, and he's forced him to force Max Crash down to step off from his vehicle. Now things are getting a little bit troubled for Marcus Gaming.
Of course, this fight taking place just outside the zone, on the western front of the zone, so to
Yes.
speak. But I do believe nothing is going to materialize right now. But Max Kosh has been knocked out. So this is going to put his teammates in a bit of a frenzy. Smokes have come out. And forget that. Smokes might have come out, but I think Jean Mara's Sonim is going to go right up to his face and shoot him point blank execution style over his shoulder from the back, but he is going to loot him up again. Jean Mara out on a good start. This is something that we've seen from these boys pretty much all games so far. They start off well. Even in the first game today, day 1, week 2, they were off to a good start. But have a look at the map now, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of teams have kind of already, patched out, or rather, they've. Wait a second. Is that what I think it is? Jean Mara, I think, is heading right in the direction of the boys from Marcus Gaming, right outside San Martin. That could be problematic. And have a look at how Mega have that convoy ready on your screens right now. In fact, they are rocking those Mirado. Is that the golden Mirado, or is that just a yellow one? That's a yellow one.
I think TSM entity will always have that control over that golden Mirado, provided it only comes in that garage of Shedda del Petron. But look at Orange Rock's positioning. They're right in the center and they're well prepared. I think this might be another Orange Rock chicken dinner as well. You can see Team Soul also rotating from Picado, and Fnatic with a little bit of a slower rotation this time. I've always seen Fnatic, trying to rotate really fast. But talking about slow rotation, look at Synergy XP.
They are right down towards your southwest, just north of the prison island, making their way in. Again, slow and steady wins the race in most occasions. We're going to have to wait and watch to see if that stays true over here. I thought I saw an enemy coming towards them. But again, everyone is migrating pretty much to the east right now. We see all these vehicles whizzing past. Come on, guys, somebody use the racetrack. Just go for a little jump. I mean, you are driving around right now. Might as well show the spectators, a few tricks that you must have practiced once in a while in classics. But again, everyone is going to try and get to the high grounds as quickly as possible. And we see Scout over here doing just that. They are going to be playing at the periphery, as I thought they would today. Have a look. They have just entered the zone. And they might... See, this is the game plan right now, from what I can tell. They're going to wait over here, or maybe I think they're just going to go straight down. They are going to take that other hill across just above this warehouse, because they are a team, in my opinion, who like to scout out ahead. Scout like living up to his name, and that car is now kind of out of commission.
Will he hit that car?
Oh yeah. Teamwork, baby. Teamwork at its best.
Teamwork makes the dream work. But I'm really happy that Scout ditched his 3-seater, bike or whatever you call that, because honestly, that bike in Miramar is a nightmare. You have so many ridges that you have to, go across, and getting in that bike especially would hurt you a lot. But then again, you are dropping into a Mirado, which is very delicate. I mean, a few shots from your M4 might just blow that car up. But looking at Graveyard, you see quite a few squads kind of swarming around there. You see Marcus Gaming, you see Giant Mara, TSM entities in the nearby vicinity would definitely want to hunt people down if they hear gunshots. But this time there has been no fight between Team UME and Team INES, and they're all trying to get inside the circle.
The zone over here pretty much still keeping everyone in a little bit of a secure position. A lot of teams are still moving in, and over here we see Carry OP peppering the enemy in the form of Hype Venom with a few shots from that Mini 14 at range with that 8x. Of course, a deadly combination, but they are retaliating as well. Gorka in a fight of his own with the boys from Cells. I think he did manage to get a knock. That knock coming in the form of SK49. Again, the Mini 14, a very versatile weapon, mid-range, close range, and sometimes even point blank.
Yeah, Mini 14 is one of those DMRs which is very precise. You do not need to, control that recoil so much, like you would do with a 7.62 chamber weapon. But a lot of players have learned the DMR really well, especially, players like Max Kash, you have Scout, you have Bhishma. Those are the guys that have really excelled with this DMRs. But this time we have Manti opting for quite a bit of option. He's gone for that bolt action. I think XP, you're going to love this game as it proceeds.
Absolutely. I am, a fan of sniping. But you know what? It's not just that. I love anything, any kind of action long range because you've got to time your shots really well, especially with moving vehicles and moving targets. That satisfaction you get once you pop a headshot off at range is just immaculate. I mean, it just kind of makes your day. So I'm sure we're going to see some of that action over here. I want to see. Let's have a look. We'll come back to what I want right now. Seoul are still, content with their position right now. They are pretty much in the zone, so to speak, right now. But they have enemies on either side right now. They have a nice little hilltop location. Aman, of course, with that M16 6X, he can pack quite a punch. Regular toss over here. They are kitted out really well, out to the grill right now. Level 3 armor, level 3 helmet as well. So, Regaltos can actually be the punching bag for his team right now. He can take a few shots. He should be the one who's going to scout out ahead. And have a look at this. We have the boys from UME. Bhishma is moving in the position of TSM entity. And right now, he is in a precarious position. He might just get blown up by that vehicle, which he does. Clutch God comes in, blows up that pickup truck, and out goes Bhishma's light.
I think now it's gotten a really, really difficult situation for the members of Team UME as they're a little bit far from their teammate. I do not know if they can actually go for that res on Bhishma, but look at where Z God is. He's trying to rotate right from the right, and if he manages to spot down Pansing or if he manages one more knock, I think TSM entity will just go on their faces of the members of Team UME. But look at their rotation. That is so beautiful. That is so well structured and so well planned. But Bhishma is still, trying to, crawl his way back to his teammates. But Jonathan will be like, hey there, I'm not going to let you do that, and will take him down. But in the meanwhile, 420, he's got a lot of responsibility over his shoulders, and now is the time that he has to deliver.
You can see Fortin jumping behind the rock. They're trying to make sure that he gets an angle on Jonathan, but Pansing has fallen prey to that flank, and Z-God and Jonathan are going to be moving up on the left flank right now. 420 OP obviously should be spotting this out. I think the last member of UME has to run away. Destro is not in a good spot. He has to pick his battles. He moves out. He realized that this is a lost cause. I think they left it a bit too late. As soon as Bhishma went down, UME should have been on the back foot because TSM right now, they have their aggression is kind of brimming out of them, so to speak, right now, and that is what we want to see from them because like I said, these boys thrive under pressure, and they need to just keep going. They're like a shark, and when a shark stops swimming, it dies. So for the boys from TSM entity, they need to keep fighting, and slowly and steadily, I think they're going to come back in this game, Fixes.
They definitely will. But members of Team Myanmar, they've had a rocky, PMPL so far. They've had their goods, they have had their lows. But talking about Team Soul, they've gotten knocked down again. Regiltos bites the dust, but Mortal needs to rotate out from here. It's a really bad situation, and Clutch God will definitely manage to finish him off. And TSM entity looking really good today, but there's that blunder, and Mortal gets knocked by falling from his vehicle, and Murphy will just go finishing him off. And Orange Rock and TSM entity, they're really nearby. They're very close, but Team Soul, they have to find a better spot inside the circle. They need a better compound. But Viper looks very shaky as he'll be taken down by Jonathan right now. And we'll have to see if Aman can actually come in close to save him or not.
Aman is in a bit of a tricky situation because he does have Hacienda del Patron all for his taking right now, but he is in such a spot that he can actually get shot at from different angles. Of course, Clutch God has an idea where he is. Aman is coming down from the ref. Rapid fire over here with that Mini 14, and Aman, against all odds, manages to get to his teammates in the nick of time. Of course, the first aid coming first, and then he is going to pick up Viper. Now, Soul have been reduced to a 2-man squad already. Again, those rotations being the major culprit over here, and spoiling their day. Mortal and Regaltos are out. Aman and Viper have a lot of pressure on their shoulders because TSM is going to keep them pinned down. But you know what? The zone suddenly did a massive shift towards the left, and we have come down. Wait a second. It's not over yet. I'll get back to the zone in a second. Clutch God is applying all the pressure that he can on the boys from Seoul. They might get a little bit of breathing space for a second, but TSM have to be careful, Fixes, because a lot of other teams are going to be swarming in on their position right now.
Yeah, definitely. TSM entity still holding their base really well. They know this area, but VSG Crawlers HB getting taken down by Trans. Now things have gotten really difficult for the lads from VSG Crawlers. I mean, we expected a lot of game from these guys, but Team IND coming in really close up. But Wadu sir, I think this is going to be a triple fight, and Deadeyes Wadusir with that grenade. CG is trying to hold him off, but Kratos really low on his HP, got his comrade down. Meanwhile, CG is spraying down on the members of Team Deadeyes, but will get finished off. And Deadeyes Wadusir doing the magic, ending things for Team VSG. But meanwhile, Team IND Slayer still trying to get those few knocks as both of his teammates are down right now.
That is a good grenade lob by Wexy, and I think it might just fall a bit short. I think he thought that it was towards that Jeep. His teammates, IND, was just a little bit further off. But yes, Slayer is the last guy standing right now for Team IND. He is going to have a lot of pressure to deal with at one end, and I think he realized that this battle has been lost. He is going to have to go on a massive rotation, not just to survive, but to get into the next zone, because lo and behold, the zone has thrown another curveball. This time, it has gone up to the right, but we'll come to that in a second. INES in a fight with the boys from Deadeyes. Deadeyes have impressed me super. It impressed me a lot right now. I can't think of any adjectives because I'm so amped up. But again, IND are going to lose 3 members courtesy of Megastars. And now Wadu is in a bit of a situation. He needs to be careful of his left flank because have a look at what lies across the road. Megastars are trying to capitalize on this fight that is breaking out in front of them.
But look at Team Deadeyes, they're split apart, but still they're, not backing off from the fights. Meanwhile, Sylvie takes a knock onto its Gurkha. Bad Rev gets spotted down, gets knocked. What a quick knock that was. And Deadeyes Wadusir needs to heal himself up. And Wadusir still trying to spray down onto its Megastars, but it was a little bit too much of an overextension, to be honest, because he needed to heal up. And Aeneas Capshi being alive alongside Evil Eye. Evil Eye needs to revive his fallen comrade. Meanwhile, Shifu Sir has come in for the rescue of his teammate. This fight has gotten way more interesting as they've also to get inside the zone.
I think Shifu is going to get a revive on one of his teammates, then get the other one. Deadeyes should be a 3-man squad. Soul's going to be careful because he is now getting shot by rocks, if I'm not wrong, from the far end. But an interesting fact over there right now, INES is going to have to contend with Megastars, who are currently flanking them from the right. We'll come to that fight as and when we see it on our screens, ladies and gentlemen. But joining us right now, we have the boys from Fnatic. And looks like Always has an idea where the enemy is. He lobs a grenade. That grenade might just do some damage if they move a little bit to the left. It does not, but always has to be careful because just over his shoulder, he is getting shot at from another team. And that other team, I think, wait a second. He gets knocked while lobbing that grenade. I think he flung it. That grenade is not going to do a lot of damage, but Mr. Spray with that controlled spray Fixes. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was pure genius from Owace that we got to witness right now. He went a little bit ballsy and oh my, that really delivered for them. Fnatic looking really strong as they're pushing in onto its team. Tamilas and Mr. Spray is rotating from behind, trying to provide cover fire for Striker, but he's being sprayed down. Striker has to hold himself off as Team Fnatic only 2 members pushing on towards him. Striker's backing off right now, but he still does not have his car. He has that small little shed where he has to go for cover, but Fnatic always does not want to stop over there. Meanwhile, Striker taking that to wonderful, beautiful knock, and will definitely try to finish him off right now.
Scout OP is knocked as well. Always went down. I think we've got Ronak and Ash as the last 2 members remaining from Fnatic, who are still on their feet. Smoke's going out to pick up their fearless leader and comrade right now. Of course, OS has already gone down, but I think they might get a revive on Scout. They've got to be careful. This will actually give Team Tamilas a little bit of time to rejuvenate, so to speak, and get back together as a 2-man squad, because if you know this, the zone is pretty much in their favor. And right now, Scout, I think this is the time when Tamilas need to actually make a move, because they know that these boys are in trouble. Meanwhile, on the smaller screen, IND gets knocked out and eliminated, followed shortly by Mumba Esports, who are also going to bow out from this tournament. Deadeye guys, 3 kills to their names. These guys have been playing fantastic so far. This has really been their day, but unfortunately they are going to have to bow out. Synergy over here, Fixes, have a look. 2 members knocked. Austin is going to get in a vehicle. Is he going to get... Now, this is where it gets tricky. If he gets a few shots on Fnatic, and if Team Tamilas push in from the other end, Fnatic could be in a world of trouble.
I mean, that entirely depends on how fast they give that res on to its Scout. But meanwhile, I see Team Soul really fighting it off. I saw a Volt action knock by Viper. Now Amon's also getting in those knocks. And Team Tamila's Mr. Spray, I mean, that was one of the best holds that we have seen today, because provided how they were, backed off against the walls, they still managed to come back strong. Meanwhile, Ted taking a knock onto its Viper clutch, got spraying it down onto its Ionius Carpsy, and does blew up. And what a beautiful, kill by the members of Team TSM.
He almost made it into cover, but his burning vehicle went beyond cover. Unfortunately, that coffin, that crate was left behind. That was a devastating blow on their end, but TSM are looking for a fight right now. Viper has been knocked out, and I do believe he has been finished. He is not getting picked up right now. TSM, like I said, these boys love and they live for this kind of action. They are just peppering bullets in all directions. Soul being eliminated in 9th position. I think that kill coming across from Marcus Gaming, if I'm not wrong. And have a look at who all is live. Orange Rock, we haven't seen them a lot right now, but they are still a 4-man squad, which is going to be detrimental to the other teams coming in, because now this is what's going to get exciting. Fnatic have that top of the hill, but they have to contend with 2 teams. We have the boys from Synergy right next to them, and of course Orange Rock need to come in as well. I think Sylvie is going to be finished. That should be the end of Synergy. Or maybe wait, I think they're survived by 1 member. Now this is interesting Fixes. Look at where Orange Rock is, right? They are currently in the zone, just at the edge of the zone. They have that compound, but on one end you have Fnatic survived by 3 members, and right on the other, on the high end, we have TSM Entity.
I mean, TSM Entity and Team Orange Rock, I thought they would engage against each other in the start of the game, but I'm pretty much surprised that they're still alive. I mean, both the teams are still alive, and Ted will give up on his life as he has to get inside the circle. Just barely, missing out. But yes, Team Synergy, what an amazing show by those lads. But Zygot still continuing the spray, but does not, completely connect onto its Fexi. Does blow that vehicle off, but look at this. Swag taking a knock on towards Mr. Spray. Now the Golden Mirado will be taken in for a spin. And we'll have to see how close they're getting to inside the circle. Definitely they're playing by the edges right now. Meanwhile, Swag taking that finish on towards Mr. Spray, and the Scout ending things for Team Tamilas by finishing off Striker.
We are down to our last 5 teams, ladies and gentlemen. 14 people alive. Fnatic are still in this. Orange Rock survived by the whole team. TSM Entity, Megastars, and of course Marcus Gaming as a solo man. But I do believe those explosions are going on. Let me just say, I think Zygot does not like pickup trucks. I'm just going to put it out there. He does not like his pickup trucks, because he is blowing them up left and right. And with that, Marcus Gaming bow out in 5th position, leaving 4 teams: Orange Rock, Fnatic, TSM, and Megastars. And if you have a look at the circle and have a look at how it's all panned out, maybe Megastars and the boys from Fnatic kind of have the advantage because they are higher up on this mountain, Fixes. And Orange Rock is going to have their work cut out because they do have to push in. Actually, they don't. They are still in the zone. The zone is being nice to everyone right now.
I mean, but still, Fnatic will get the better of the zone because they've got that higher ground as we speak of. Meanwhile, Ronak trying to take that spray onto its Vexy, but Vexy's, shrouded himself in that smoke right now. But Ronak still would not give up. He would try to throw that smoke again, throw that grenade again, because he knows there's someone behind. But look at what has happened. Clutch God gets blown away by the members of Team Orange Rock, and as we speak of, we have only 3 teams surviving. That is Team Orange Rock, Team Fnatic, Team Megastars. I told you Megastars will be back, and here they are.
Megastars with an amazing performance, and now the zone is going to be all in favor of Fnatic. Fnatic need to be communicating on point over here. All the callouts need to be literally timed to perfection, and Mega Vexy, unfortunately, he falls prey to the blue zone. Almost got that heal in, but an amazing performance by Megastars with 10 kills to their names. We are down to the last 2 teams. It is Fnatic versus Orange Rock, and now this is what I want to see. Orange Rock literally have to climb that Orange Rock right now and get to where Fnatic is. This is where it can go all wrong for them because they need to deploy smokes. Scout and his boys need to be sharp. Their reactions need to come in, and talking about sharpness. Oh my goodness. Mavi with that knock on Scout with that M4. Now they are going to be pushing up on the mountain. This is when these boys are going to make a move, Fixes.
I mean, that was an insanely blazing fast knock by Mavi as he closes down on Scout. Ash definitely comes in for that rest, but I really want to question this decision because now is the time where you should have provided cover fire instead of going for that res in, as Orange Rock will completely surround Team Fnatic. Now Fnatic, they had that lead, they had an advantage. They definitely lose out on Scout. Ash is very low. Ronak's knock. With that, Team Orange Rock will seal the deal with the chicken dinner.
Orange Rock with yet another victory, another winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen. And I just love the fact that the Orange Rock, they cannot lose in the Orange Rock. I know that makes no sense, but what an amazing play by them right now.
Listen, you know how many members there of Backstreet Boys, or rather were there earlier? 5. You know how many chicken dinners Orange Rock have right now? 5 right there. I'm going to count it again for you guys. Let me fix my mic a little bit. There you go. 5. Let me count it for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're in kindergarten, you haven't had a chance to really learn how the numbers work. It's 5 chicken dinners. Unprecedented. Godlike.
This is the guy.
Dominant. God tier, and Mavi right there again and again and again and again and again. Every time they get that chicken dinner, every time they manage to rip the meat from the bones, Mavi is the man to make it happen. I am running out of adjectives. I'm running out of superlatives. I'm running out of words here. But let me bring something up real quick. I don't know if the spectators watching at home realize this. Fixes, you remember at the beginning when Orange Rock were dead smack center of the circle? The circle finally ended at least 2 to 3 kilometers due west. At all points, these guys, I don't know what they did. I don't know how to do this. I do not know. I want to actually, get inside Mavi's head one of these days and see that rotation, because they went through squads. They picked their fights literally, and they came out on top right now. I just want to point out very quickly as well the top 5 players. I just want to run through all these really quickly because there's a point I really do want to make. We have Zigod for TSM. TSM got knocked out with 10 kills, mind you. Zigod was in the midst of the action from Megastars as well. They had 10 kills. Incredible showing from both teams, 5 apiece. Sirvi, you can never put this guy down. You can never, ever put this guy down. Synergy as well had 10 kills. I think Synergy had 10. I do believe TSM had 10, and Megastars had somewhere close to that number. Ash from Fnatic. From the ashes, the Phoenix rises. 4 kills for the man. And to close it out from Megastars, we have Swag as well. Will not lose. 4 kills for him too. The top 5 players of this matchup. I just want to point out that final circle. We're going to have a replay of that. And that, in my opinion, has to be the Mountain Dew Dark Agajit him moment. The chips were down. The circle was not for them. They were downhill. They had to climb back up. it was something else. It was like watching a special ops unit. It was like watching four John Rambo just running up there in the plains of Afghanistan from Rambo 3 against the Russians. Fnatic, that everything going for them. It was almost there. They could taste the masala in the chicken dinner right in their mouth, in the nostrils, and Orange Lock say, no. Fixes, please break down what happened in the final circle, because that had my heart in my mouth.
I think Fnatic made a lot of mistakes in that final fight. First being that Scout missed that knock on towards Mavi, but we still have to give it up to Mavi, because if you talk about the the way things were, Scout was at a higher ground, right? But we'll talk about that a little bit later as we approach this towards the standings. And the Blade, take it away.
Yeah, look at the top 5 plays. That's how high fragging and affair it was. 7, 8, 10, 9, 10. I mean, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams had more kills than Orange Rock and Fnatic, but in the end, the placement points also will come into play, right? What a showing from all the 5 teams. Marcus Gaming can't count them out as well. They just had the 1 kill, but they managed to get in the top 6, placing INS and Tumblr to round out the top 8. But Orange Rock, Fnatic, Megastars, Entity, DSM Entity, and Synergy, take a bow. That was perhaps one of the most exciting games of Miramar I have ever had the pleasure to witness. And I hate the fact that I was on the sidelines on that one, because I was just yelling my lungs out. Deadeye guys, a much better performance from them coming in the 9th position. But then, it's not too many points, right? If you look at 9 to 16th, it's a difference in 4 to 1 point. Umumba, disappoint again. They've been looking very rough today. And VSG Crawlers, despite having had a very consistently good showing so far in the past couple of days, they're going to be coming bottom last there just with the 1 point. Team Soul as well, kind of dropping off, but all the big names showed up today. All the big names showed up on that map, and that was probably one of the best play tactical games I've had a pleasure to see. Experiment.
I mean, credit where credit is due. Orange Rock, the way they picked their battles, I mean, that's what I'm going to talk about. But look at the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen.
Woo! 5
Orange Rock. That's the lead.
Mate.
29 points ahead of the second team, that's Godlike. And bear in mind, Orange Rock still have 1 more game to play before Godlike come in. And that means there's an even more bigger opportunity for them to crack, the first team to crack 300 total points. TSM Entity grinding back as well to 28. Synergy, they're showing that they're in for the fight, and they've actually managed to knock Team IND down to this 5th spot. Fnatic on an upward trajectory. They're 1 point shy now of hitting 200, and they're looking good right now. This is a fresh Fnatic. This is a brand new Fnatic that we haven't had a chance to see in the past couple of games. For Chicken Dinner in the first game, coming in a very close second in this particular game. Again, the only thing which took them down was Orange Rock playing one of the best played final circles I've had the pleasure to see. On the second half of the table, Seoul unfortunately will now be in the bottom half on the 11th position. Team Tumblr just knocking up Powerhouse by 1 point. The rest of the teams haven't really seen much of a change here so far, Fixes.
Yes, definitely. Like we were talking about the other teams, we saw a glimmer of hope today from Team Deadeye's guys, but still they, kind of in the last, because they've got a lot of mountain to climb. They've got a lot to do before they actually come towards the 19th position, right? Talking about other teams, we thought Team Tamilas did show a good display, but then again they're falling short again. Team Cells, I really want them to outperform in those next matches to come. I really have my hopes high on them.
Still have hopes high on them. And man, I mean, it's kind of crazy how out of breath I am, considering I wasn't even casting this game Experiment. I mean, emotions, action, adrenaline, you name it. It was like an 80s action movie. It was like watching Predator and Commando put together at the same time. Orange Rock, we thought they couldn't surpass what they did yesterday. 3 chicken dinners, almost back to back. And now we're going to be looking at the kill leaders overall. Sirvi, man. Dude, listen, doesn't matter if Synergy don't have the Synergy in the server and don't get a chicken dinner. Doesn't matter. Sirvi still got to be fragging everyone. We have Vexy from Megastars coming in 2nd overall leaderboard. Jonathan still holding on to his 3rd spot. We have Smokey and now Mavi. Well deserved. He doesn't really have those breakout games where he has like 10 kills or 12 kills, but consistently getting 4 to 5 kills every game, that's definitely going to help matters out, isn't it, Fixes?
Yeah, definitely. But we also have to pay attention to Vexy, who's been performing so well over the last couple of games. He's gotten 4 or 5 kills, and now he's on the 2nd spot. I'm really impressed because Megastars have been struggling quite a little late now and then, but now they've gotten back on track.
They have gotten back on track and beat. And
I've got a
Experiment.
point.
Yeah, please add any points you want.
Synergy have the most number of kills right now, even higher than Orange Rock,
I'm not
higher
surprised.
than the boys from TSM. They are at 107 kills, buddy.
Ooh, 107 kills. That's and I think they have a total. Wait, let me just very quickly take a look at the overall standings from the previous game. There, they were sitting on 220 points earlier, and with this, they're going to be, I think, on 240, close to 240 right there. That's almost close to half their points coming in from the kills itself. That's impressive indeed. And Experiment, like, thoughts? Because that was, in my opinion, so far the game of the day.
I am going to come out with the 2 points over here. Orange Rock. They literally, like you said, it's like a black ops operation over there. The way, they could have actually toyed with Synergy just a little while earlier before the final fight with Fnatic, but they held their ground. And again, this is the fight we're talking about. Look at that. They get that first knock. Wait for it. Scout is already knocked out. The push is now coming. They know that it's a 3-man squad. They know that, and this is that perfection that you were just talking about. Ash could have probably, given them a little bit of trouble, a few grenades lobbed just to, keep them pinned down. Ronak right now is kind of out of the picture. He is a bit further back and not a lot of cover being provided from him because, of course, he can't see the enemy. And Beaton taking him down again. This push, this chicken dinner was just amazing. That is the first thing that I'm going to take from this game. The second thing,
Go on.
Team TSM Entity. 9 kills. More than half taken by Z-God, which we'll come to. But have a look at this, man. Play. Oh my goodness.
I just want to talk about one thing, right? We've seen a number of Dar Ke Aage Jeet moments. And for those of you who can't speak Hindi, that means after you're beyond fear is victory. That
Victory,
moment
yes,
from
sir.
Orange Rock personified that entire statement. Completely personified it, because there was a fear they might come second place. They could have played scared. Instead, they took the fight to Fnatic, and Fnatic could not hold on. They crumbled under the pressure. Orange Rock right there, Mavi, Daljit, onto Antok, Viru, and Vampire. Take a bow, sir. Take a bow, gentlemen. You guys have been phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal so far, and they have been a rock so far. And they have been the dominant shade of orange as well. Many people have said Fnatic, but Orange Rock putting in the work, looking so very impressive. We do have a few highlights here for you guys. Fix any parting thoughts from you before we head to a break.
I think the last fight was all Mavi, right? That one knock changed the entire shape of that fight, and what got them the chicken dinner. Like, just imagine. They were backed off against the wall. They were on the lower ground.
Their heads crushed right now.
I would have been shocked if they actually got blown away right now, and I could imagine how pissed Scout would have been if that would have actually happened. But nevertheless, Team Tamilas did put up quite a show. They really held their grounds. They've had their fair share of knocks, but it was still a little bit too late for them. They lost a lot of players early, and they couldn't do much, to be honest.
They couldn't do much, to be honest. But yeah, TSM Entity, despite not getting that coveted chicken dinner, they do show that they are still in the running, despite a terrible showing in map 1. They have
I'm
definitely
waiting
managed
for
to bounce
one
back.
particular highlight to come, and I wish they show it. I think it might just show up. This is what I'm taking away from this gameplay. Z-God does not like pickup trucks.
Oh yeah, they're just blowing up everything, wasn't he?
He blew up 3 of them in quick succession, and one of them play, it was like out of a Bollywood movie, to be honest with you, because the burning vehicle, the wreckage of that truck went past the building at a split second before, the driver was blown to smithereens. It was just time.
You know what they say about pickup trucks and the drivers? They are compensating for something. And it looks like he doesn't need any compensation. He just lets his big gun do the talking. Now, I don't know what you're gonna kind of like take away from that. You might have your dirty minds and probably thinking I'm implying something, but of course I'm not. I'm just talking about guns. But we will be closing out here after the highlights are done. We're going to be cutting to a very quick break, but man, oh man, what a game it's been. And it's going down to Vikendi. I feel, I'll be honest, I do feel it's going to be anticlimactic map after what we witnessed here. It is going to be very unlikely to see this level of excitement. That explosion as well.
That explosion,
I was watching that. How does a vehicle like blow up with like just a sliver before it was about to enter the safe area? Fnatic were laying down the pain fixes. See what I did there?
Fnatic.
Pain fixes. You see what I did there? All right, never mind. No one cares about it.
I could get. I mean, you were trying to do it with the pain and then fixes. All right, but getting back into the highlights, we see TSM Entity did really put up quite a fight. But then again, it was the zone that really mattered. It was the positioning of the players. Ups to Fnatic to having protected that zone so perfectly well. I've always, felt they're really strong in this particular map. But then again, the supremacy from Team Orange Rock, that was amazing.
We do have the damage dealers for you overall, and Schreider and Jonathan cracking the 6,000 mark. My lord, man, that's so much damage being dealt out over week 1 and now bleeding over onto week 2. We have Gil and Raven Manti. OP, that's a long name, from Team Tumulas, and of course Ted from SGE. Ted, I love Ted. He looks so adorable, and he looks nothing like a Ted. Like, when you see Ted, you don't imagine a face like that. It's just
he could be. Well, he could be cuddly. I mean, he could be short for a teddy bear. I mean,
that's true.
Could be
that's
it.
true.
I mean,
that's
maybe
true.
he's full of love.
Or it could be you could be a macho manly man like Teddy Roosevelt, as we all know. But we're going to be not wasting any more of your time, ladies and gentlemen. We should be having the break ready for you. I'm just waiting for the producer to give us a shout out so that we can cut to that. But I mean, I'm going to give my thoughts now. That was spectacular. I do believe, XP, if you remember, one of the Miramar games we casted a long time ago where we had a crazy end with the vehicle exploding overhead. This is a long time ago.
I think that was TSM Entity.
Yeah, I do believe
that was 8-bit.
8-bit actually pulled it off, and that was a long time ago. But now, enough of our yabbering all this while. We're going to be cutting to a very quick break, and when we're back, we're going to be heading down up north. It's going to be cold. It's going to be frozen. It's going to be Vikendi, and that's coming up for you after these quick messages.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
Highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now. Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via quick draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The two sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park's features now.
Kind of cold right now. I wonder why. Oh, I know why. Because Vikendi.
I've got my hoodie
And that's
on.
coming up next. And Fixes is ready for this one. He's already has a hoodie on. It's pretty warm for you. Yeah, he got a hoodie as well. I mean, like not a hoodie, but he got a long sleeve. I'm the one who's kind of underdressed from Vikendi.
Yeah.
But it is going to be Vikendi coming up now, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Blair. Joining me as usual, Experiment and Fixes. And of course, is the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia League stage. Of course, with our beverage partners, Mountain Dew. And now, it's going to come down to the final 2 games of the day. And we've seen a hell of a day so far today. We saw IND, Fnatic, and Orange Rock take chicken dinner apiece. Fnatic almost getting 2 chicken dinners, except for the fact that Orange Rock just knocked him off the perch on top of the hill. Now, coming into Vikendi, it's a map where I don't think there are any firm favorites here. I think this one can be all over the place, Fixes. What do you think about it?
I mean, it's going to rely mostly on where the circle is going, but couple of days, if we count how the circles has been, it has been really helping these players. It hasn't been that extreme zone, so I can proudly tell the map which was broken earlier has been finally fixed.
All right, and XP, you did mention that VSG Crawls are a team you expected to do well in the previous map. Didn't really happen for them, did they?
I mean, I wanted to be first, but it kind of went in the other direction. But I mean, the jokes apart, I mean, I know, but the thing is, they were the first to be eliminated. That's not the first I wanted for them. But again, it's something that we don't see from them that often. They're not teams. They're not one of those teams that are going to get eliminated right off the bat. Call it unlucky or call it just a bit of misjudgment. They did go out. However, I'm pretty sure they're not going to let them let that keep them back in this game. But Vikendi, like you mentioned, Fixes, you just said it's unpredictable. Things can go either way. And Blay, we talked about this yesterday, that somehow it's become longer than a Miramar map.
It has indeed. It's like teams are taking it slow, maybe because of uncertainty and how to approach things and whatnot. But I want to talk more about the fact that this is the final game for the teams playing from Group C. So XP, you have your notes right there in front of you. I know you do.
Yes, sir.
I can see the reflection right there. So who's in Group C? Tell me.
So in Group C, we have the boys from Synergy, Megastars, John Mara, and U Mumbai Esports. This is the last game for them today to make an impact. And of course, we are going to be joined by Group E.
Godlike.
Well, of course,
Godlike's
Group
coming
E,
in.
I'll
Yeah.
let you know that as well. We have the boys from Godlike. So if you guys have missed them so far, they will be there. So will Powerhouse, Team Extreme, and the boys from Elementrix.
Elementrix, Powerhouse, Team Extreme, and of course Godlike. And on that note, we're going to be jumping in straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be over the White Plains of Vikendi. XP, I'll be seeing you after this game fixes. This is going to be interesting indeed. We do have the plane path, you can clearly see all the way from the eastern side of the island, heading all the way to the west. It's going to be by dissecting the map exactly in half, bifurcating the map, some people might even say. And you're going to be seeing the teams that's dropping out here. Your thoughts on whether the teams are going to be sticking with their usual drop points?
I think they would be sticking with the usual drop points. Reason being, they do not have to experiment much right now because the flight path trajectory, as we see, is completely, like you say, has dissected the entire map. So they can get anywhere they want to. So preferably they'll get to their drop locations. But okay, I see Jonathan kind of away from his teammates. I don't know if that's the spectators glitch or what is that, because usually TSM entity loves Cosmodrome and
It's
okay,
a glitch.
finally, I think that was a visual glitch that we saw earlier. But yes, apart from that, rest all the teams going where they wanted to. Team Indies come to Cement Factory. UME to Port Vosto. Peshkova has been taken by Team Cells. Deadeye is going for Zabava. Orange Rock also, I think, are going for the areas nearby. So Synergy, they've had that hold over Castle, and Fnatic will take on Villa.
So basically, everyone's just going to the usual
Yeah.
hunting grounds,
Yeah.
right? Nothing too surprising. Team sold down to south of the island, a team who have been struggling today so far. We've had great moments from Fnatic. We've had TSM, despite not getting a top 3 placing, they have had a number of points accrue today. And ooh la la, look at that circle. That's almost like 30%. Close to 40% off the map, like 35% to be more precise. My math might be a little off there, but that is really going to favor TSM. Look at them; they're all inside of Cosmodrome, and they have control of that part of the map. They can even head over to Trevno if it needs be. Although I doubt that's going to happen, but they're looking very, very comfortable. But that's going to be only 4 teams right now inside of the safe zone. Now we do have a little bit of time before the action really does kick off, but it's going to be a mass migration taking place as we do have our eyes on Team Megastars right now.
I mean, yes, our megastars have dropped near Volnova, but the only problem they might just face while entering inside the circle will definitely be Team Synergy, which are already, I think, kind of looting right now, and then they will guard those tiny little bridges to stop that rotation coming in. But then again, like, if you ask me, Fixes, who do you think is going to have upper hand in this map? I will, blindly tell you that's going to be Team IND, because we talked about Team TSM entity, but we cannot ignore the fact that even Team IND has got their fair share of the map in the circle. They've got Cement Factory also in there, and we know about how strong their rotations are, right? So I think they're looking pretty prepared, and I really want Team IND to actually grab this chicken dinner.
You want Team IND to grab chicken dinner, and I'm sure they're looking to grab it as well. If they do manage to do that, it's going to be 2 chicken dinners for the day, and that's going to be a big boost for them in the overall standings as well. We do have Team Tumblers on your screens here. Late boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, and children of all ages, has currently placed 12th. They have had a little bit of a drop off. I think that's something most people can agree on. They look promising in the first couple of days of PUBG Mobile Pro League, which is over a couple of months back, and it feels like in those past 2 months they seem to have dropped off a little bit overall. Of course, TSM entity currently ranked 3rd. They're going to be ready and raring to go. They don't have Neo playing for them today. Ghatak is going to be not necessarily standing in, but replacing him for the time being. And so far, at least based on the previous game, they are looking ready and raring to go.
I think Ghatak has finally caught up with the pace of the league right now, because in the first couple of games we saw them struggling a little bit, but right now in the game of Miramar they've kind of redeemed themselves back. But Blade, there's an important thing that we need to cover right now is Aman has been replaced with Sangwan this time. So I think we might get to see a little bit more out of Soul. I think there must be a different approach towards this map. But Vikendi has always, been a nightmare for Team Soul, considering they get surrounded by a lot of, Nepali teams. We have Team Extreme, they have Team Dead Eyes, they all hover around them. Even Team Tamilas is also nearby. So Team Soul is going to have a hell of a lot of work to do to try and actually win this game.
Well, they could pull off a Rorschach and go like, I'm not locked in up here with you. You're locked in here with me. And they could just go on a rampage and just destroy everyone around there. But that's just me fantasizing about The Watchmen, which is a great comic book series. You should definitely read that. But for the time being, I do agree with you. I feel like Seoul are in a little bit of a sticky spot at the moment. But let's keep an eye on Mumba, who were on top of the brackets, of the standings for quite a while initially. But slowly but surely, they've been getting knocked down, and I feel like they have only themselves to blame, right? We do have a couple of skirmishes taking place early on. Prototype from Hype getting a knock early, but not really getting the kill yet. But let's talk a little bit about Mumba. Something's gone wrong recently, and what do you think is the diagnosis here?
I mean, I miss Kiki, to be honest, because they've gotten a new member, that is Pansing, who was earlier a member of Marcus Gaming. So apparently he has moved in, and now that's the synergy thing, has to tick in, right? He's a new member to the squad. He's definitely a good player, an amazing assaulter. But then again, that synergy, that coordination that you have with your teammate, and changing your roster during the league, I mean, that is really confusing. That's something that I could not understand. And Kiki has always delivered. Even if you remember of the times before the entire quarantine, we saw Kiki pulling off some amazing plays. Now he's kind of subbed in. I really want to see more out of Kiki, but hold on, we got Venom knocking down Megastar Swag for the second time right now.
Yeah, but I mean, they're having a rough time there. He hasn't got the kill, but Megastar's getting riddled with a few bullets here and there. I'm actually gonna disagree with you on that fact. I've seen, in many teams when it comes to normal sports or esports, overall, the one thing I've noticed many teams make a mistake is sticking with the same lineup again and again and just hoping things are going to change. And sometimes that's a definition of insanity, as Voss said in Far Cry 3. Insanity is basically doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, expecting things to change. And sometimes you need to make the change happen. It might be counterintuitive. People might be like, why are we making a change right now in the middle of a tournament? But you need to stem the bleeding, and maybe a fresh face, a fresh player inside of the comms, a fresh player in the server is potentially what could be the catalyst for a team to really kick things off. But hold on to that thought. Raven Carey, a man who has been on our eyes for being an absolute beast indeed, tossing in nades. Oh, that's chunky indeed. And they're coming in for the kill. Prototype, he's just sweating bullets right now. He's barely alive. He's going to get hunted down, ganged up on by Team Tumulus, gets completely annihilated, and none of his teammates are nearby. And that is so unfortunate for Prototype. The rest of his teammates so far away, there's nothing they can do. Gurkha does land a couple of shots, but even if he does get a knock, I don't think they're going to get the kill. And that's an unfortunate casualty going the way of Team Hype, who have not been having much of a good time in the past few days.
I mean, Prototype was, I think, way off from where he should have been. He was in a flank angle and had to pay it off. Team Tamilas during the rotation caught him up, and that was a pure gang. And after that nade coming in, he was very low on his HP. Now Team Tamilas look forward to make a rotation, and they, I guess, moving on towards the members of Team Hype, as we see the cars ramming in, and SK49 trying to kind of enter and kind of stop the push, but Team Tamilas too strong, too much for Team Hype, will eliminate them right on their tracks.
Hype falls flat, and sometimes that's the case. And for Team Hype, it's something that's been happening. More often than not. That's unfortunate for them. They've been having a very, very rough time so far in the PUBG Mobile Pro League. Not as bad as Deadeye's guy, but still, they will not be happy with that. We do see a DBS landing smack inside of the water. I guess it is in a circle, so you could potentially expect someone to really go for it, but being out there in the open, I don't think it's going to be a very tasty proposition for most of these players here. What's your thoughts on the DBS?
See, we have to consider that definitely we have to agree that it's a very powerful weapon, but look at the platform it is played on, right? It's a mobile game, and I do not want to leave my shots. If I miss, say I miss a shot with a shotgun, then I'm in for a lot of trouble. I could easily compensate myself with a submachine gun, right? So that is the only reason why I do not see players using that. And again, it kind of is very limited. You can use that only in those, small close counter areas. And now, as you see the fights, placing taking place, we see a lot of M4s in action. If you remember 2 days back, XP told the right reason why a
hold on to
lot
that
of
thought.
M4s
I
are
love
being
how
used.
Shadow. I'm sorry for cutting you off there. I just love how Shadow just drove up to the drove up to the building, sees TSM, is like, nope, I'm getting the hell out of there. Immediate U-turn.
That was smart play. That was smart play.
And that was very
Absolutely.
good movement. I mean, there are a lot of drivers out in India right now who could learn a couple of things on how to drive a vehicle, and they could learn him from that perfectly executed U-turn, and that is brilliant to see. I like how TSM are just. I mean, obviously, I didn't know it was TSM in the building, but I love what happened there. But I'm sorry for cutting you off. Please do continue
It's,
with
it's
your
perfect.
thoughts.
It's perfectly okay. But getting back to what I was saying, so DBS kind of restricts the players, the options that they can have during a gunfight. It's very useful close range. Definitely, 2 shots will instantly knock you out. But going inside that secret tunnel, and Marcus Gaming would want to stay off over there. And just imagine, Blay, what if the circle came down over here? I mean, what if like Marcus Gaming will be holding their horses here? They'll be establishing their base and would never let anyone in. But now they're going to get a lot of free loot as well.
Yeah, I mean, getting inside of caves, that's going to be a very, very good strat if they manage to do so. They can even start cosplaying some trolls or maybe some, demons. That's what you usually find in video games inside of caves. So you go inside a cave, there's going to be a lot of monsters if you guys are playing some RPGs and whatnot. But yeah, they're looking good at the moment. Marcus Gaming, definitely a team. And they have, of course, definitely a team who have managed to hold on to their spots here in the overall standings. I'm going to just take a very quick look as to where they stand right now. And yeah, they're definitely in the top 10. And they have a number of points as well. I mean, they're still trailing behind the likes of Orange Rock and Godlike and TSM Entity, but, anything could happen. We have another drop taking place again inside of that H2O. And that is unfortunate. None of the drops landing on the land, on terra firma, where people would be more comfortable going for the loot. So, I mean, it's to be expected, right? It is Vikendi. The circle usually does manage to be towards the water most of the times. And we can take a look, both the drops on the minimap over there. One right next to the beach, one a little bit inside of the water, as we are now down to 15 teams and 60 alive. The only 4 casualties so far was the first team to get knocked out. That was Team Hype.
Yes, Team Hype had a lot, kind of a shaky start in the game. But look at this thing. Our snacks are spraying down on the members of Team Soul. Would want to eliminate one guy or maybe knock one and then be sure that, okay, this is Team Soul. We need to eliminate before they can actually get inside the circle and cause havoc. You cannot give Team Soul a lot of time to breathe right now, because if they get inside the circle, they've got those geniuses that can do the magic. So definitely Team IND would want to eliminate them right in the start of the game and wouldn't try to keep things for late. But right now Team Soul is kind of in a bad position, because as you already saw, Team IND is watching them from above, and they're also being spotted down from their right hand side as well.
The thing with Team Soul, right, and this is me playing devil's advocate, like, I know these guys, right? I personally know them. I personally know Mortal. Sweet guy, one of the sweetest guys I know in the entire scene. But hold on, hold on. What's going on here? Is it going to be a brawl here? Team Tamilas versus Celts. This could be brutal indeed. They're aware of where they are. And look at them running around. Look at Karaoke. Look at Raven Carry. He's hungry. He's hungry for the frags. He spotted him out, tossing in a few nades, and he knows where Ultron is.
Yes, definitely. And we have to see Team Tamilas actually backing it off a little bit. Carry needs to rotate left if he wants to go aggressive on that fight, but Ultron has been taken down. Meanwhile, our Team Tamilas would want to push it on towards the members of Team Cells as they're slowly closing in. Mrs. Spray rushing on towards the member of Team Cells, but Team Cells are providing that cover fire from behind. You see Arthanki dropping that grenade, and it might damage him a lot, but Arthanki going with that Uzi knock. Mr. Spray has been taken down as well. Meanwhile, Rock's trying to spray down onto its Carry, and with within a blink of an eye, we see Team Tamilas being eliminated, Blake.
That is incredible stuff. That is incredible stuff coming from Celts. I personally felt that Team Tumulus had that in the bag, but they get a team wipe and they in turn get team wipe. That is the way the cookie crumbles. And Karma, sometimes she can be not a nice person. But we do have now, switching over to TSM Entities POV, they're actually spotting out Orange Rock across the road, across the plains, right? Across a little bit of a slope there. And now, TSM, there is no need whatsoever to budge from their position. They do have the high ground advantage as well. And Orange Rock, Mavi, the man of the hour. He has been so instrumental in Orange Rock getting 4 chicken dinners in the past couple of days, as you do have a drop happening. And guess what we have there? It's the AWM. As our Hindi commentary boys like to call it, or rather Ocean likes to say, it's not a weapon, it is a responsibility. And we're going to be having a drop right on a compound. I'm wondering if it's there, if anyone is there. No one's there, but it is very close by John Mara and TSM Entity and Orange Rock, and they're going to be potentially having their eyes on it. It's a little bit far away from where the action might be taking place, so I don't really expect anyone to be running over there to pick up that massive zoom banger. And for the time being, is going to be lying lonely. You know what? I kind of wish Experiment was here with us right now, because he'd be salivating, he'd be chomping at the bit, raring and hoping for someone to go for that gun. But who do we see here? Hark in the distance. Who is that team? It is Fnatic, and they've been caught on out. Mavi is going to take a few pot shots. Daljeet's going to knock around, but Daljeet in turn getting knocked out by TSM from above. It's a 3-way firefight. It's the Trinity of Death, so to speak. And this is looking a little worrisome for Orange Rock. Because look at TSM, they're pushing in right now. They're going in for the kill. And that means Zigot's going to get knocked down. The aggression not quite working out for him. But Ghatak, he's got the gun in hand. The captain, the leader of men, pushing in through the house. Clutch Squad joining in as well. They got a teammate all the way at the back. There's Jonathan laying and covering fire. And Orange Rock realize they don't really want to take this fight immediately. They've got the knock. And they're going to be falling back on the periphery of the houses, just waiting for TSM to push in a little bit further. TSM in the meantime, the res is going to be coming for Z-God, and now they're preparing for the final fight, but they should be wary. John Mara, they hear these gunshots, and they are going to be licking the chops, hoping to pick up a couple of kills.
I mean, Fnatic was the one who's really, really lucky with that fight. I mean, they would be thanking their stars that Team TSM Entity actually decided to push up on Team Orange Rock. But still, trouble is not yet over for Team Orange Rock, as all the members of Team TSM Entity charge down onto the members of Team Orange Rock. Meanwhile, Giant Mara is in a really close vicinity. Viru keeping a track onto the members of Team Fnatic. Also, he has to take a proper attention towards the members of Team Giant Mara as well. He cannot, get his attention diverted even for a second, because if he does, then he'll have to pay off, because Team Fnatic has also, kind of surrounded. Now, a lot of things depend on Jonathan. If Team Fnatic just go all in on Jonathan, that is going to be really, really hard for Jonathan to defend outright there. But TSM Entity, they will have to get inside the fight with Orange Rock without the help of Jonathan, which is going to be a little bit hard, but provided the players they have, they can definitely do it.
They can definitely do that. And for Jonathan, it's all about being the eyes out for his teammate, right? He doesn't want his team to get surrounded by the pack of wolves, because as we all know, in the Siberian landscape, as we find ourselves in, the Siberian wolves are the alpha apex predator. And guess who are the wolves right now? It's Fnatic. They're lying in wait behind the rocks. Look at the way he's just third personing in. He smells his prey. He's licking his chops. His claws are primed and ready. His teeth glinting in the winter sun, waiting to sink his teeth onto his opponents. He's waiting for some blood to be spilled on the snow, the crimson red of one of these players, one of these team's blood all over the white, waiting for it to be stained before he goes in for the kill. Because Orange Rock and TSM, this is a standoff. They're waiting for one of them to make the move. The thing is, like you mentioned, Fixes, TSM have only 3 players here, but with Jonathan having the high ground advantage, he's got his eyes, and there's going to be information conveyed. So despite being a man down inside of that compound, I personally believe having a man up there, that's like a satellite giving you information, and that is what wins you games. It's going to be the knowledge game. And Orange Rock, I think this could be the smart play here. They have sent out a player out. Viru's going to be playing at the edge, and they might just be going for the run here. And indeed they are. The standoff has finally been broken by the circle, because they know they want to escape. And TSM, they're not aware of it yet, but Jonathan might spot them out from above. Orange Rock are going to be pushing into the circle, and then they're going to be laying camp and then waiting for TSM to come in, and they're going to be giving them a very brutal greeting indeed.
I mean, Orange Rock is really lucky, because I just saw a few moments earlier this is where Giant Mara was. And if Fnatic had been there a little bit late, they would have easily spotted the members of Team Orange Rock and would have sprayed them down, provided the players they have. But still a good respite for Team Orange Rock, trying to back off. And that's an intelligent, wise decision, because that is something TSM entity is not a team with which you want to fight so early into the game, because look at the number of teams that are alive. 14 teams are still remaining. Definitely in the final circle, that is a fight they would want to take. But Bhishma taking a knock towards Giant Mara's Nang, and UME finally getting off to a really, really good start. But hold on, Bhishma has already been knocked down as well.
Bhishma's a knockdown, a quick trade coming in, and 422 OP. That Molotov could burn a lot of people alive. Mine is burning to a crisp, and he's going to be cremated. Ruthless by 420. He's looking for more. He's going to get a jumping drop. John Mara are getting annihilated, eviscerated, decimated right now. And this is looking rough in his zone, and just hugging the rock in fear, wondering how every one of his teammates just fell down. You Mumba, they know they have the fangs, and they sink deep into the flesh of John Mara. One member remains sewn in behind the rock, and 420 OP, he's just rattling off bullets at the rock. He's like, I don't care if it's a rock, I'm just going to be swatting his feet. I believe that. And unfortunately, he's not going to be doing much damage. I do believe it's just a visual glitch. The damage won't be dealt though, and now they're pushing in for the hunt, looking to wipe out John Mara. And look at Pansing teaming up with his teammate, and he's going to get knocked. In fact, somehow Sonim staying alive. He's got 2 knocks here, and Destro needs to save his teammates. He's going to come from above like an angel of that. He looks the wrong way, but he gets the kill, and that is going to be Chala hitting the ground, getting knocked out alongside the rest of his team. And U Mumba, they survive. In the meantime, TSM now with a fight against Orange Rock. Finally, it's happening. Fixes, finally the battle we've been waiting for, teased with for so long is happening. But Orange Rock, they're going to come out on top. TSM Energy are going to hit the ground. They're going to face their grave, and they're going to meet their maker. And Orange Rock, like a rock in the breeze, they stand firm.
I mean, the entire credit in this particular fight will definitely go to Viru. We will definitely talk about that, but a little bit later, as the fight has been broken down between Fnatic and U Mumba, as Pansing takes a knock onto his Ash and will finish him off in the blink of an eye. But still, Destro holding his grounds off against the mighty team Fnatic. Ronak still trying his best to try to protect his teammates, but will he be able to do so? Meanwhile, a rest being given down, and Oasis has still fallen. I want to see where Scout is. Meanwhile, Pansing gets blown away with that grenade. Ronak still trying hard, and that's where Team Fnatic stands tall, eliminating the entirety of Team UME in fashion. But Blay, getting back to the fight we just saw earlier, that was an absolute display of perfection by Viru, because he was the one who took the satellite down, as we call Jonathan over there. That main important knock was the key crucial factor where Team Orange Rock won the fight. They took away the vision, and that's how they entered the compounds where Team TSM entity were, and just blew them off.
And Orange, indeed, they are rocking and rolling right now, and they're gathering no moss, mind you. They have lost a couple of players, but they're still definitely in the game. One player still standing there, another one crawling around. And now we have Shifu laying down some covering fire here. Ultron's trapped. He's in a rough spot indeed. He's trying his best to stay alive. Almost gets killed. He's going to be pushing in, and he's going to actually get the knock here. Someone staying alive, Ultron, but he is riddled with bullets right above him. Bullets whizzing past him, and Orange Rock will finally hit the ground. They go out in 11th position, 4 kills to their name. And of course, majority of the skills coming in with that team wipe on the TSM entity. And now, oh, this is looking rough for Dead Eyes. They just have the one player standing, a couple knocked down, and you can see Fnatic in the distance. In the horizon, the Wolves are running away right now. They're going to be just running around the periphery of the circle, waiting for the next meal. They're hungry. They're starved. They're looking for more.
I mean, Ronak, what an amazing performance by this lad. And he's improved so far. I mean, he had been dealing with a lot of criticisms lately, but the way he has answered back with his gun, with his grenades is commendable. Meanwhile, if you talk about the zone, this time the Stars are favorite Team Soul, as they sit right in the center. Meanwhile, Fnatic has gotten a good place for themselves as well. But if you can see, Ronak and Scout, their positions are very off. Oasis, meanwhile, being taken down by the zone. And Marcus Gaming, they're trying to get apart, but losing teammates one by one as Shadow falls down. They have to throw that smoke. They have to give that early res. Vishy Crawlers, meanwhile, still alive, but restricted to a small shed over here. They have to do something right. I just want
to point out, I'm so sorry, but I just need to point out the map for you guys on the right-hand side. Team Soul. They haven't been in the midst of the action. They haven't really done much so far, but right now they're smack in the center of the safe zone. They're just hearing all these gunshots and the bullets whizzing past them. They don't have to budge. They just need to play out the circle, let everyone else kill each other, and they're playing this game of Battle Royale to perfection at the moment.
I mean, that is exactly what Soul had thought of and had planned. I was really doubting whether the zone will shift there because that point is in a dip that is surrounded from areas. But Soul really needs to thank the stars right now. They've got the predictions right. And VSG Crawlers, HB, meanwhile, taking a knock onto its shadow. And VSG Crawlers might actually capitalize on this particular fight as they have their players split up. They need to throw a few perfect grenades and not let Marcus Gaming breathe right now. If they get that res onto its shadow, which they've done, then things might be a little bit troublesome. But Max Karsh kind of takes that beautiful headshot knock with his AKM onto its members of VSG Crawlers as the fight erupts between Marcus Gaming. But look at that car. Oh my god.
Oh no, Surya. Oh no, he's down. He's down. And Mortal's going to drop a couple of players as well. VSG Avi, though, replying back onto... I cannot replying back. He's just putting in the pain, turning the pain screws onto Marcus Gaming and continuing to put in the pain is going to be Crawl. HB from VSG Crawlers and Marcus Gaming will get eliminated without getting much done. A couple of minutes back, they had all 4 players alive, and now there are none. And in fact, we have 9 teams remaining as a circle of death does close on in. 30 alive in a circle. Team IND, they are looking good right now. 4, they haven't got a single kill yet, but all 4 players alive as the number of their opponents getting whittled down. They have controlled the compound as well, and they're looking good. VSG Crawlers, though, out in the open. They have a little bit of a ridge, a little bit of a tree cover, but that's not much to work with. And they are facing a lot of trouble, getting shot at by multiple teams as Vexy's going to get a drop onto Evo. IND Slayer is going to drop Avi, and VSG Crawlers, they just might be out of it. They're taking damage from the blue as well. But while that's happening, a Playzone's going to drop on Vexy, who was getting 2 tunnel vision. And now HB might be only the final saving grace for VSG Crawlers. Can he survive is a question as Team IND Trans running around looking for the kill. But now the blow zone is going to be the 3rd enemy entering the fray.
And look at that. Look at Team IND. They've lost 3 players falling down. Kratos being the last member alive. Soul will definitely capitalize on this particular situation. Kratos is in a whole world of trouble right now. He's pinned down to a single tree and he needs to do a lot. But I think that will be the end of Team IND.
That's heartbreaking. That's so heartbreaking for IND.
The way they got finished off, I had a heartbreak right now because 3 players getting knocked by falling down play.
That is just unfortunate. All 4 alive. But speaking of 4 alive, there's one team right now everyone's going to be having their eyes on. It's Team Soul. INS in the running as well. Fnatic, still the 2 wolves in the Fnatic lineup, still there hunting, looking for more synergy. 1 player remains, and I do believe Sirvi has been knocked down to the zone. That's how dangerous Sirvi is. And from far, far, far away, Ted is going to meet his maker, and Synergy are down for the count. Mortal adding 1 more notch to his tally.
I mean, we might just get to see a chicken dinner from Team Soul. I think we had the odds stacked against this team. We have always, kind of undermined our Team Soul over here. We thought that this might not be for them. But look at the changes. We've got Sangwan playing in, and he's been delivering. He's already gotten 4 frags to his belt. And now, I guess this might be the return of Sangwan. And maybe we get to see a lot of, Sangwan from Team Soul. But always being knocked down by INES Kapshi slowly because he tried to enter inside the circle, but INES was there watching him off. And now it all comes down to Ronak. Will he be able to stand the onslaught of the members of Team INES or not? That only time will tell.
Time will tell indeed. Bear in mind, without doubt, 4 teams remaining, and it's even Stevens almost. Fnatic are actually in a very rough spot here. They have only 2 players remaining alive, of which one is on his knees. Regaltos, he's not stopping anytime soon. It doesn't matter if he's the last man standing. He's not going to go out without a fight. As Oasis will finally be taken down. 3 teams remain. Fnatic, 1 member alive. And of course, for the other 2 teams, Team Soul with 4, INES with 4, and they're going to be battling it out. And Fnatic, that 1 final wolf, just just roaming around in the white, hidden amongst the trees, amongst the grass, not showing himself, and he shouldn't be. That's Ronak crawling, snaking, and I do believe he's finally been spotted by Badrev, and that's going to be it for Ronak Fnatic, coming out in third place with 4 kills, and it is down to a 4v4, ladies and gentlemen. We have Seoul Sangwon on fire, and they're going to be facing off against Team INES, who would desperately be looking for that chicken dinner. And Kapshi being spotted out. I do believe his knees were spotted there by Viper, and the M24 ringing out loud across the frozen tundra of Vikendi, and the road separating them. That road could be the highway of death. As Seoul, they gotta have to go for the move here because the circle's not favoring them. It is indeed favoring INES, and look at the fire being laid down by Machine. The Machine with the bullets is gonna blow up that vehicle, and now they still have a little bit of land to traverse to Team Seoul, and they're gonna be snaking this one as we're down to final 2 teams in the server.
I mean, you see those smokes all right coming in, and Mortal did try to move in from the left. That was a good effort, but INES is looking well prepared for them, as we see Badrev kind of pincering down the members of Team Seoul, and will definitely manage to get that knock onto it. Sangwan, now things have gotten really interesting. This is the actual test whether, you know, Team Seoul can get inside the circle, even having the circle not in their favor. INES still holding their grounds. They still have the compounds. Things have gotten really interesting. Sangwan did not even get that res, and that was so quick, which really meant that he was way out of his position. But he is helpless. We have to be admitting to that fact, because there's nothing absolutely. You've just got a few trees, you've just got a few rocks. But look at Team INES. They've got all their covers. They've got the fence, they've got the rock, they've got the compounds. It looks really tough time for Team Seoul right now.
This is basically, if you ask me, the exact recreation of what we saw in Miramar, where it was Orange Rock versus Fnatic. Fnatic had the high ground advantage, had everything going for them, even had them, and somehow Orange Rock defying the odds, defying everything, managing to bounce back. As Mortal, he's still in the running here. He's going to be taking a cover, repositioning himself. That's smart from him. It does a little bit of damage. Badrev, he doesn't even have a helmet remaining here. One shot from this rifle could be quite impactful indeed. And now they're going to be tossing in the nades and the smokes, in fact, and nades raining in. It's going to fall short though, as Machine's going to find Viper. That is massive. Now Regal Toss, he has a little bit of cover inside of the bush. He's going to heal himself. Mortal out in the open, and Viper is going to meet his maker. 2 players remain for Team Seoul, and one by one they're falling by the wayside. INES, they can smell that chicken dinner in the air, and they're hungry, they're looking for it, and they might just be going in for the kill here. Regal Toss and Mortal remain, and that's all that's left standing for Team Seoul, and the circle will be shrinking in about 30 seconds. So this is a very patient stand-up from INES. They can just go in for the kill if they want to, but considering they're not too sure where Regal Toss is, they're going to be biding their time, waiting for the zone to push Seoul out from their comfort position. Mortal inching away to the sides, trying to spot something, but a wall of smoke being deployed. I love this play from INES. They're using it to push in, and they're going to be spotting on Mortal. Brilliantly played by Evil Eyes. INES, that was tactical, that was beautiful, that was executed to perfection. Seoul come in second with 11 kills, but INES, I do believe, unless I'm very much mistaken here, that this is indeed their very first chicken dinner. It is indeed winner chicken dinner. XP, I know you've been sitting there raring to go. What are your thoughts on this?
I am flabbergasted right now. INES come out on top. I was holding my breath right till the end, but I have to start off with a big ow! It was literally like I was watching the Grey reenacted in PUBG with you guys, just talking about, you know, the whole wolf pack. I'm telling you, this was one of the funnest games I've ever watched, just sitting on the sidelines. It was amazing. You both did a wonderful job, but INES, bad rep, 4 kills, 356 damage. The way they kept their calm, their composure, and they came out on top. Play the first chicken dinner for these boys.
Yeah, and well deserved. Remember the first 2 days we had at PUBG Mobile Pro League, they struggled, right? They had a rough time, but slowly but surely they are slowly starting to catch up, and this is definitely going to help themselves quite a bit. A chicken dinner with a number of kills as well, placing first, and that too, taking out a team like Seoul. That's something you really can't scoff at. Seoul though, a much better placing, all things considered. They get second place and they get 10 kills as well. But my word, there was one point XP. It was a trifecta of death between TSM, Orange Rock and Fnatic. And for a moment there, my heart stopped. I was just waiting for just the entire server to explode.
I mean, right now, if I check my pulse, it is still racing right now. I mean, that was an amazing, intense moment. But right at the end over here, the way Soul held on to the compound, I've said this before as well. These guys, once they get that location, once they get that lockdown in on the next zone, the way they just controlled every single angle, every single team coming at them was amazing. But INES, right up till the end, my heart was literally coming out of my mouth. I mean, it was right up there.
And of course, we do have the top 5 players. Fixes, take me through this. This was just INES and Soul just running away with it. And of course, can't even take away Fnatic as well. They had a pretty decent lead. But yeah, INES and Soul, they stood head and shoulders above everyone. Regaltos, Sangwan, Badrev. Fixes, just like speak, man. You were losing your mind in that game.
I mean, I really love the way Sangwan played this entire game. 4 kills, Regaltos 4 kills, Badrev. This guy, we have got to give him some heads because we have seen in the first day after we came off, INES had those, top 5 finishes, top 3 finishes, but they were not getting to that pole position. Finally, a much needed respite for them. Finally, they've gotten that chicken dinner, and the Cells did also put up a good fight. Team Tamilas kind of getting again a little bit overextending onto it. That fight if we saw with Team Cells, we got to witness that that was one fight they could have easily controlled, but they failed to do so.
I'm actually, look, if I'm production sitting right now in front of the PCs, I'm wondering which moment do I put for the Mountain Dew in the Dark Age GT moment, because there's so many moments right there. But hold on. 11 kills for Soul, 9 for INES. INES, this is a breakout game from them, right? 29 kills, 29 points in total, I'm sorry. Soul, 25. Cells coming in the 3rd place. Fnatic, kills. 14. Just an incredible showing. Synergy as well. You can never count this guys out. Deadeye's guy having a pretty decent showing. Mumba coming up. VSH Crawlers now, again, they somehow sneak their way into the top 8 facing their XP.
I mean, of course, like I said, they're a versatile team. They always seem to find themselves on this half of the table. But have a look at the way Cells finally made a comeback as well. 9 kills to their names. Amazing performance by all the boys. But let me tell you one thing. Of course, I have no favorites, but INES just won my heart. I've been talking about them from day one. I'll get to that in a second. IND finished 9th. Over here, 2 kills. They kind of got unlucky, if you want to use that word. But followed by them, we have Megastars in 10th. Orange Rock. Now, they were in a very good position, play. 4 kills, then apparently everything, just the ground underneath them kind of just gave way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it crumbles, right? That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes TSM Entity as well, a little disappointing. Honestly, at one point, it felt like whoever won that fight between TSM and Orange Rock would have a deep run. But that's something we've seen so far. Whenever we have one of the big names, one of the big favorites get a team wipe, it's like karma's like, all right, hold on there. You got a team wipe. Oh, wait. Now time for you to get wiped out of the server, right? That's happened time and time again. Unfortunate, but we still have one more game remaining. And right now, it is going to be the guys from Godlike who are now ready. Ooh. They put on their gloves. They're ready to go. They got their tropical shirts on, and we do have our overall standings as well. Orange Rock still maintaining the massive lead they have in 288 points. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to crack the 300-point barrier quite yet. Godlike, second, a little far away. Even further down is TSM Entity and Synergy. They're just trailing TSM Entity by just that 1 solitary point. IND holding on to the 5th placing, and then now Fnatic. They've gone up a notch. We have Mumba, Megastars, Soul now on this side of the standings, and the VSG Crawlers again managing somehow to crawl into the top 10 standings. Fixes, your thoughts as to how this one has been playing out so far?
I think today has not been exactly the day VSG Crawlers wanted, but has been a good day for Megastars. Mumbai Esports put up a really good fight in the last game, but that absolutely beautiful grenade coming in from Ronak changed their things right over there. But yes, Team Synergy has been playing amazing. But if we talk about the lower bottom half of the table, Marcus Gaming has been struggling a lot lately. In the last game also, I expected more out of them. Team Tamilas getting those few early knocks, getting those few early kills, but then again, positioning and getting into the circle and surviving. That's the area where they really need to work upon.
That's the area they really need to work upon, and hopefully they do indeed. As you can clearly see right there, Marcos, Tamila, Cells, Powerhouse, INES, John Mara, Extreme, Elementrix, Team Hype, and of course Deadeye's guy rounding out the bottom 10 of that table. INES though, remember, when we started when we started day 3, just 3 days ago, they were bottom of the table alongside Deadeye's guy. And now, a couple of days later, they're in 15. You never know. End of week 2, they might be knocking on the door of the top 10. Anything could happen. And they are definitely showing they're not going to go down without a fight. XP, we're going to be going into a moment here. And the moment, of course, is going to be the due Dark Agajite moment. Which one do you expect to see? Because I don't know. There are like 3 or 4 moments.
I'm gonna throw up a couple of moments. I'm gonna juggle a bit because it can go either way. But have a look at the boys from Seoul. Sangwon coming in. We haven't seen him a lot in the past couple of days, but he came in, got the job done. 4 kills to his name. 4 right off the bat.
And bear in mind, he's in 12 kills with just 7 games played. That's impactful indeed. That's huge if you compare to everyone else in his lineup. Of course, you have Regaltos and you have Viper and Mortal sitting on 23, 20, and 15. But Sangwon in 12 with just 7 matches played. That's impressive indeed from the man himself. Hopefully, you get to see more from him. We do have the Mountain Dew moment to be played right after this, hopefully. But yeah, Fixes, you did say it was going to be the fight between Orange Rock and TSM.
Yeah, I mean, that was the fight, right? That was so beautifully executed. That first knock that Viru gave, and that instilled the entire confidence inside the team that they knew this is our moment. If we do not push TSM entity right now, maybe we will never get the chance again. I really feel Neo should get back right now, and that I really want to see Neo back in action. To be honest, my heart speaks for Neo, man.
I mean, it's just been 1 day though, right? And we haven't seen Neo, but I think all things considered, has been doing a good job. I feel like they have maintained a lot of consistency throughout the days. We do have our Dark Agajite moment, and of course, it's going to be Team Thumbalas getting wiped out, obliterated off the face of the planet by Team Celtic. This was a fight we did not expect to go this way.
Now, at this point, the way they kind of pushed in, they were high on adrenaline from that earlier push that they did on that compound. They got that squad wipe. And over here, you look at the way the boys from Celts are just holding their ground. They are talking, and with that final kill, Team Thumbalas just went down. And why I think this is the Darkyage Jeethe moment is because just moments before this, Team Thumbalas did something amazing. They did the exact same thing. And, well, you've said it time in and time out. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes things will go your way. Sometimes they do not.
Yeah, that's the way life is. That's what I've learned at least. And we do have a few highlights here. And I'm sure these are a lot of cool highlights. But yeah, Fixes, just take us through this one before we throw to a very quick break.
I mean, this was a fun game. It's all started off with this knock as all the members of Team Thumbalas ganged up on Prototype, and Prototype kind of seemed really helpless because all his teammates were way far off. Then Team Thumbalas decided, we're not just done over here, we're just going to push on towards Team Hype and we'll just finish them off. And then from there they got that confidence in, and that's when they got a little bit ballsy because they went on Team Cells. They definitely did knock down one member, but they were kind of too much in the open. I expected them to throw a few little grenades before pushing them off, but there you see, that's where things started going really wrong for Team Thumbalas with that one single grenade, and little by little they shambled, and with that Team Cells decimated Team Thumbalas.
I think all the power over there lies in that Uzi.
The Uzi, right?
That high rate of fire it was like a rapid fire.
Sound XP sound. I want to hear that gun sound, please.
We'll come with the gun sounds in a bit because this is the fight that you guys were talking about right now. DSM versus Orange Rock. Oh my goodness. I kind of lost it over there, to be honest.
Yeah, and of course we do have Umumba and this fight between Fnatic and Umumba. It was basically the coolest thing about this particular matchup was how we had some of the top dogs face off against each other, have full team fights, right? And it's something you rarely get to see. Yeah, you do see a couple of team fights here and there between the top dogs, but this was quite cool. Oh yeah, this was brutal. This was just brutal.
I thought 420. If I just made mistake, not 420. Destro, he was out of harm's way. He goes back in the radius of that fragmentation grenade, and Umumba lost all the members over there. That was kind of like a moment for me that I was like, no.
Indeed. I mean, that sounded almost like Darth Vader there. No. But this is Star Wars, and of course, I'm still waiting for the sequel.
This isn't Star Wars, but it is a Star Wars.
Aha! Oh, that was a good one. 10 points to Gryffindor for that one. But we're now going to be, winding down the highlights, and we're going to be heading to a very, very quick break. But listen, guys, let's take a breather here, right? We've seen the same 4 teams playing so far today. Sorry, the same 4 groups playing so far today. But now, entering the fray on my favorite map, that is Sanhok, is going to be the guys who don't seem to be human at this point, because they are gods. Godlike are going to be jumping in, and they've been watching what's been going on so far. They've probably been watching Sanhok as well earlier. What do you think is going to happen? They just have the one chance today to play the one game, but XP, are you thinking they're going to be going in just raring to go all guns ablaze?
I mean, that is what is going to happen. Like you said, you know, they've just been sitting in the back lines watching, and we'll come to that in a second. The kill leader, Sylvie, is still up there. 34 kills. This guy doesn't stop, does he? He does not stop at all. His cogs in his brain are always working, and he always manages to get a few kills here and there.
He does indeed. And of course, we have Vexy. Marvi, of course, Marvi is going to be there. Jonathan and Daljeet to round things out. Orange Rock having 2 members in top 5, and the bottom side of the top 10, we have Smokey OP, who's been knocked down because Godlike obviously haven't had a chance to play so far today. Yeah. But I expect him to see him reclaiming a spot in the top 3 very, very quickly. We have Neo, we have Ted, we have of course Z God from TSM Entity, and of course Austin X to close things out. Synergy, man. One thing you got to say about Synergy. They know how to win those fights. They know how to somehow come out on top no matter how rough it looks for them. And personally, I'm a big fan of them. Like, yeah, they don't have as many chicken dinners as an Orange Rock, but my word, are they so very, very consistent getting the skill points.
Absolutely. Consistency is on display over here, not just by them, by a lot of teams. And, you know, like you said earlier, Godlike, they are just sitting in the background right now. They're waiting for that moment, and they're going to put on their gloves, and they'll be like, hold on, we're coming. But Orange Rock still have a chance to breach that 300-point barrier, because they are going to be playing in the last game alongside them, Blay.
Yeah, indeed they are. Yeah. And I feel it's going to be impossible unless Orange Rock go out last. They go out last without getting a single point, like 1 point, 1 placement point with no kills. If that happens, and if Godlike managed to get... Look, it's going to be impossible. They're going to need like 20 kills and get Chicken Dinner to make that happen. But you know what's going to happen? We're going to be coming to a very quick break. And then when we're back, we're going to be going back to much more warmer climate. We're going to be going back to the tropical paradise of Sanhok. And that's going to be coming up after a break. Don't go anywhere. PUBG Mobile Pro League is not quite done yet.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।
Cheer Park is a brand new feature in patch 0.18.0. It's a place for players to relax with their friends, practice skills, and meet new people. You can enter Cheer Park through the main menu, so invite some friends and explore this new space. The shooting range has been revamped. Now, when you start a round, you'll have 60 seconds to down 20 targets spread over 5 waves. Your results will then be rated and displayed. The player with the highest rating will stay at the top of the ranking for others to challenge. You can also play against your friends to see who is the better marksman. Players can now duel other players in Cheer Park via Quick Draw. The duel will start after both sides confirm the fight. The 2 sides will have red borders and start a duel. The player that defeats the other wins. Don't forget to take a photo with each other afterwards. Friendship first, results second. The selfie system is also available in Cheer Park. Get together, find the right angle, and strike a pose. Say cheese. Nice shot. Don't forget to share it on social media. Players can also create their own cheer parks and invite their friends. Many special buildings from the original map can also be found in Cheer Park. Don't miss out. Of course, there's a lot more than what was mentioned, so come explore Cheer Park.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final map of the day. It is going to be, of course, on Sanhok, and I'm ready again. I just had to change the show real quickly because it was getting pretty humid indeed. And Fixes, thank you for joining us as well. XP, Fixes, my name is again Ble as well. If you guys want to follow these two gentlemen, we have Experiment and Fixes right there. You have their handles. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile South Asia, fueled by Mountain Dew. Got it. I got it this time around. And of course, we're going to be jumping into the final map. It is going to be in Sanhok, and it is going to be now Godlike playing the teams from Team E. Group E, rather, are going to be joining the fray. XP, from what we saw from Sanhok earlier today, it was a bloodbath. Are you expecting more of the same?
I pretty much am expecting almost the same, trend that took place earlier. But again, Godlike fans, powerhouse fans, Team Extreme fans and Elementrix, of course, we can't leave them behind. Get ready because your boys are going to be on the big stage right now, and I think they're going to put up quite a show. And of course, Godlike, they might try and make a statement that hey, we're only playing one game today, but let's see if they make an impact. Hey, Physics.
Yeah, obviously,
Physics once.
Okay, that's two for the day. But anyways, getting back to the discussion about Sanhok that we have, I've always been harping about the rotation. They've got a beautiful rotation path, and I really want to see Caudal, outshining this and taking the chicken dinner.
Taking the chicken dinner, and that could happen indeed. It could be just jumping in with a bang in Group E. And now they join the fray. Powerhouse Gaming, Godlike, Team Extreme, and Elementrix will now. They've been just sitting down, just being frustrated watching these games today and hoping for something, hoping to jump in to the action and have some fun here. And now's their opportunity. And which team's going to be sitting out? I do believe. Hold on, let me take a look at my my stats over here. Today is the 24th of May, and it is going to be Team B. B for Bravo is going to be sitting it out. XP, who's in Team B?
Soul is not going to be playing this match, and of course, Team Tamilas is also going to be sitting out, followed by the winners of the last game. INES will finally get a much deserved break, and we SG Crawlers, one of the most consistent team, kind of mid-table right now. They really need to get their act together.
They need to get their act together. We do have Powerhouse Gaming now going to be showing up for you guys on the screen. You can take a look at the members there. They're going to be jumping into the fray. We have Dark, Iconic, Zebra, Bomber, and Nova King. I'm not too sure which four will be jumping in. I do expect it to be at least Iconic, Zebra, and Dark, the main three, and either Bomber or Nova King is one of them is going to be sitting this one out. But they're a team who, well, not really having too many highs, haven't really disappointed much either. They've been pretty consistent so far, Fixes.
I mean, they've had good games. They have had good knocks, but that pole position finish, which we always, want them taking in, they've got quite a set of fan following for them from the time they were brawlers. Now that they're powerhouse, even a lot of people love them, and they still want to see, Iconic, Dark, Nova, and Zebra delivering, which they've kind of failed to do so. Yesterday, we saw small glimpses of what they can do and how good they are in that Vikendi fight. But today in Sanhok, I really want to see them making that comeback.
Making that comeback, and that could indeed be the case for you, Experiment. What are you expecting out of Sanhok the second time around?
Well, I'm pretty sure the boys from Group E have been doing the homework. They've been watching intently as the games have gone by. Yeah. So, they kind of have an idea of who or which team is playing, what kind of game they're playing. Whether it's a little bit aggressive, whether they're being passive. I'll tell you one thing that is going to happen for sure. People, if they see a compound, they are definitely going to double check before they slam up right next to it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's something we've seen so many times. At one moment, you're like, all right, at one point, you have to be like, guys, like, you need to learn. You need to, like, learn from your mistakes, right? But we've seen so many experienced teams who are on top of the leaderboard who have been making pretty much the same mistake over and over again. So, I mean, it's been a wild ride so far.
I'm sure, megastars are going to be looking at their footwear this time. I mean, pardon the fact that I'm bringing this up again, but that one mistake is going to
That one
haunt them for
mistake.
some time. I mean, that one little misstep and it just completely threw the game off. But again, like I said, Regaltos did an amazing job over there. He's not going to be
Yeah.
here in this game, of course, but I do expect to see a lot of the similar patterns, so to speak, as compared to the previous game. But I wonder what Powerhouse, Godlike, Elementrix, and Team Extreme are going to bring to the table.
Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. We're going to be finding out without much further ado. And there you have it. You have the plane path coming all the way from the northwestern part of the map, ending smack down south. And it is going to be the final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be ending on Sanhok. XP Fixes, take us home.
All right, Fixes. So we had a look at the plane path. Everyone is already jumping off. IND are going to have some company this time in the form of Dead Eyes Guy. What do you think is going to happen on that little island? Have a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams on that small island towards the northwest.
To be honest, I'm not pretty surprised because Deadeyes has always been dropping there. If you can remember, there's that high ground cliff and there's that small temple compound over there, which Deadeyes really love to take control of. Because there was that one time I've always talked about that the zone used to always shift towards the northwestern island, and then a lot of teams change their drop locations. For example, Team Orange Rock. Then you see Team IND. Their rotation is quite interesting because you see two players they've split into pairs of two right now, and TSM entity, the squad there you see over there, that is the one I'm really surprised because they usually go to ruins. They're not in ruins this time. They're contesting godlike.
Do you want to see what I just saw right now on the maps? Fnatic Scout OP has been knocked and killed by members of U Mumbai Esports already. I mean, they barely touch ground right now, and Fnatic have already lost a member. Now, again, they were going to boot camp. What I did see was Scout kind of landed just a bit southwest, in fact, of boot camp. He was trying to land towards the northern side of Painan, which is quite a questionable decision on his part.
I mean, that is their rotation. That is how the rotation goes, and we'll just have to admit that Scout was a little unlucky this time. Ronak using his bolt action. So since Frankie is not there, definitely we'll have to rely on Ronak. And provided the form that he is lately going on, I think that's the right weapon of choice for him. Don't you think that, XP?
I mean, of course, you definitely are not going to say that. Yeah, I'm not going to see any snipers in Sanhok anymore because you just had to eat your words back then. Of course,
Yeah.
Slayer with that amazing M24 on display for us. But yeah, I mean, I like this. Wait a second. Gronton is playing this time for Godlike, and did he change his name up a little bit? I am going to come to that in a second. Godlike over here, ladies and gentlemen. Smoky OP. We have Existence joining us today, ladies and gentlemen. King XZI is playing. I think a lot of people are going to be rejoicing over that fact. Of course, Godlike Gale is in immaculate form right now. How do you think this is going to work out right now for this team? Looking at who all is playing right now.
I still wanted to see Huster, to be honest, because Huster is the kind of a guy who's the one who led the team to victory. Definitely, Smokey, Kill, they were racking up all those kills. But if you talk about the clutches, that is where Huster kind of outshined. We cannot take that away from Pronton. And talking about his new name, I think that is for a new competition of PUBG Mobile that is going to happen, PMIS, which will soon happen after the PMPL gets over. I guess team. Okay, this is a question for you. Do you know what TSK stands for?
I knew that you were going to put me in the spot, and that is very bad of you. And that laughter is almost devilish, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to try and deflect that question right about now. But PH at the same spot where we saw them kind of getting cut off by Team IND yesterday, and it did not pan out well for them. I hope that these guys are going to do something different, just to change their fortunes right now. But I think they are going for a little bit of an amphibious assault. Maybe they are going to swing all the way north of the island of Sanhok and come into the zone somewhere just north of Camp Bravo. That is what I'm expecting from them. But now Team Elementrix on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Fixes, how do you think they are going to fare in this game?
I mean, I've had a lot of hopes on these lads, because They're an amazing team. They've got that all-star lineup from Nepal. But hold on, we have a fight emerging between Team U Mumbai and Team TSM Entity as Ghatak takes that first knock onto its Destro. Meanwhile, 420 OP is behind that tree. He would want to fall back. This is a fight that U Mumbai cannot take at this particular moment. If it was late in the game, definitely Team U Mumbai must have committed. But against the likes of Team TSM Entity, I really highly doubt them to commit back into the fight.
U Mumbai is actually a very high caliber team themselves. I think that might not be the issue right now. It's not the names that is going to put them down. It is what they have on them because Ghatak does have a level 3 helmet, level 2 vest. I mean, the opposing teammates, wait a second, Clutch God is going to go on a little bit of a rotation. U Mumbai kind of just backed off a little bit. They did have the tippity top of this mountain, those rocks for cover, but now they are waiting. Pansing and his teammate are waiting. They are being patient. They have an idea of where Ghatak is because, of course, that is where the knock came from. But have a look at the way Jonathan, Clutch God, and Z God are kind of clumped towards the right side of your screens right now. But again, the footsteps have been given away. This is why they pulled back. That TP advantage is going to play for them if the boys from TSM just hover a bit on their side from up top over there. They are going to be in a world of trouble.
I mean, Team UME's Pansing, look at his position. He's way off from where he actually should be. And this is a fight that Team U Mumbai did not see coming. Reason being, TSM entities drop location. I mean, they usually land at ruins, and now suddenly they could almost landed just below where Team Godlike landed. And UME, they did not expect that. They did not imagine that in their wildest of dreams. So Team TSM entity doing those mind games, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from these teams, trying to change things up a little bit. And look, one drop location, what a ripple that has caused.
Right. But you got to be careful because, as you guys mentioned in the last game, Fnatic, the Wolfpack, they are going to be coming up behind because right now, their backs are towards boot camp. And look at this, fellas. PH is out on an ocean cruise. These guys are chilling. They're like, you know what? We are going to just take our time. We're going to be coming back in the fight nice and easy. And just as I thought, they are going for that northern rotation north of the island. And I think they are definitely going to hit somewhere north of the camp over there, Camp Bravo, so to speak. But coming back to that fight from UME and TSM. Now, UME, they've got the boys from Fnatic on the backs basically because Fnatic have moved out of boot camp courtesy of Orange Rock. But right now on your screens, we see the boys from Synergy. Again, these guys, we know they can get those kills. We know these guys are hungry, and I'm sure they are looking for that chicken dinner. But it seems like Hype are going to be on the back foot right now.
Obviously they have to do that. They need to survive for quite some time because if you remember that previous game Vikendi, that was an absolute disaster for them, and they would definitely want to recover a few points as we speak of. Meanwhile, Fnatic's always has spotted 420, definitely would want to redeem his teammate Scout that has already been dead right now. Meanwhile, Fnatic always with an interesting choice of weapon. We see that exclusive QBU which is only found in this map of Sanhok. But we have to see what exactly always does with this weapon. Definitely he spotted a team over there. He is not sure whether it is U Mumbai or whether it could be another team. Meanwhile, Clutch got taking that knock on towards SK49. So no escaping from Team TSM. That is now Team Hype is the victim right now. They did try to run from Team Synergy, and TSM entity is like, where you going, mate?
See, I think at this point, you could use words like running, but it's a tactical retreat, right? Because they know that they have to survive a little bit longer, but they went right in the clutches of the boys from TSM. And talking about clutches, we have Clutch God on display right now. He's got his eyes fixed on the enemy. He knows where they are. And I wonder if he's going to take his moments and take his shots and possibly get a knock or two. But right now we have the boys from Mega Stars and of course Vexy getting patched up. A long grenade being locked and Sonim will get that knock on Paradox. Paradox falling prey to him. Will he get finished? He moves into cover in the nick of time, just avoiding that UMP. Again, a very versatile weapon, especially here on Sanhok, where SMGs kind of reign supreme because, you are going to be engaging the enemy from a short to a medium distance. We don't see a lot of long range fights. But again, I don't want to be the one who is going to be eating my words right now, because that can happen at any point. But Onko and the boys right now, they've got to be careful. I think they're going to wait for the revive to come in. It will happen.
Oh my
But
God.
Godlike is also, well, sitting up top high and mighty on this mountain.
Oh my God, they've got all the right set in onto its members of Team Megastars, and they exactly know that Megastars is over there, and this is the kind of a fight they would want to take. And if they finish off Megastars, that will be a great boost for them, because they have sat down all these games, and final game they come in, and I really want them that they would pull off a chicken dinner. But likewise, we were talking about SMGs. Talk about UMP per se. It's kind of a SMG I really love to avoid after this, latest upgrade or whatever you can call that, because that comes like the jack of all trades but master of none. You see SMG, you can fire that on a medium range, but Paradox taking down Sonim, finally avenging his knock, and Vexy will be definitely the one who would want to finish him off. Yes, getting back to the gun about UAB, what do you think of that gun? I mean, I obviously love the Vector, I love the Tommy, I love the Uzi, but UMP, it's does not correspond with me, to be honest.
I mean, I love all weapons as long as I can get one, point at an enemy and shoot, get that knock. Anything is going to help me. But have a look at the zone right now. Pretty much the quarry is going to be in the center. Kampong is still in play. And have a look at where PH landed. They came right up to Lakavi. And what I saw earlier, Dead Eye guys are on a similar rotation. And I do not see IND on the map. They, in fact, are right north of Paradise Resort, a little east to Tatmok. So that's an interesting rotation from their end. I thought they'll be coming dead smack where boot camp is, but Orange Rock finally have to leave boot camp. Everybody is going to get up in each other's faces right now with TSM amidst all the action. Again, we know that is where they thrive. They thrive under pressure, but sometimes the pressure can get a bit too much and tops can be blown off. But I'm going to have to wait and watch and see what happens. But on your screens right now, we have the boys from Fnatic on a little bit of a southward trend. They are going to go for those compounds. They need to make sure they have cover from all sides. But the quarry, quite an interesting place to have a fight. You have your highs, you have your lows, you have compounds, you have many angles to contend with, Fixes.
I mean, the tip of the quarry is definitely not where I want to be, because then I'll be surrounded from all sides and be just, getting funneled by the shots. But with that, my favorite drop weapons falls as the third drop of this particular game. And you see MK14 in action within 8 times. I mean, whichever team gets that is in for a whole new ride. Meanwhile, Team IND, you just told that they were on the northern side of Paradise, and I respect it, man. I respect it, because I'll tell you why. This team IND has always been about rotations. Their rotations have absolutely been on point, and the way Kratos has led his team, that's commendable. Meanwhile, Vexy takes a knock onto its Viper and will definitely finish him off. And Team Megastars slowly but steadily racking up on all those kills. But I was, for an instant, XP scared for Team Powerhouse. I thought they would meet with the same fate that Team Tamilas did of, I think, yesterday maybe.
I guess that's where you live and you learn. They, of course, made sure they wouldn't be too close to the cliffs towards the shore over there. They kept the distance so that, that does not ensue. But however, I did have a look at the boys from Team Extreme. I think they've already lost a member. They are under fire somewhere on the map, which should be coming up sooner or later. But IND Slayer over here, just cruising past the member from Jean Mara. Jean Mara already lost 2 members. They have... wait a second. Are they going back? I thought he was going back. He just went back the same way. He went, picked up his teammate, and now he's coming back. He's like, you know what? You chill over there. Like, of course, they expect a lot of vipers, a lot of snakes in Sanhok. I mean, that is synonymous with vegetation like this. So they're like, you know what? Instead of running around, we have our vehicles, which is something you don't really see at this stage in this map.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not the time, right, when people will start proning in. I would expect after maybe the fourth circle, people would start proning in. But the area where the circle is favoring, you see a lot
Uh-oh.
of compounds, right? You see a lot of compounds that have not been taken yet, and I think this is where our teams need to, give put themselves a new objective. They need to secure those compounds, and right now, the compound just on the western side of Lakavi, that is where I really want to be, and that is up for the grabs. And so why not take it? Because you see that cluster where
Ooh.
TSM entity is, a lot of teams are around, and I think I would really want some teams getting in those compounds because third parties will follow very soon.
I was expecting the zone to play spoil sport over here, but it is still really comfortable. All the members who are wherever they are, basically, they are still intact. They don't have to move around a lot right now. But we do see a few teams out in the open. They're going to have to make their way into the zone. Megastars being one of them. They are going to have to travel north, and the first roadblock in their path is going to be the boys from Team IND. Now, IND have spotted them out. Paradox takes a shot. He ducks behind cover in the nick of time, and you know what? He retaliates a few moments later. I think he might spot them. Of course, when it's yellow on our screens, we know that they are behind cover. So they've got to be a bit careful. They have that cover right now, but I think IND is going to retaliate themselves. But was that Snacks who just took a few shots? I think Snacks just took a few
That was
shots
Slayer, maybe.
from Paradox. And now these guys are going to possibly ditch that vehicle and run up on foot because they are at the edge of the zone. And these boys are going to have to just be content with keeping the enemy at bay right now.
Yeah, I mean that is exactly where Team Mega wants to be. They have a good position. They've got good cover. Meanwhile, Team IND's attention has, however, been diverted towards the members of Team Dead Eyes. So we'll have to see Team IND Snacks. He definitely needs to pull something off. But during the process, they lost Slayer. I did not see that coming because I thought maybe Slayer would be alive. He was just there a few seconds ago, and now
Well,
he's not there with us. Meanwhile, Deadeye's players are slowly and steadily closing on towards the members of Team Extreme, who are also a new addition to this today's day because they're from Group E, and we get to see them back in action. I really hope they pull off a good performance. At least try for that top 5, if not the chicken dinner.
just how PMPL is fueled by Mountain Dew. The boys from Dead Eyes are fueled with vengeance right now because they did have a good outing earlier on. And I do believe it was Illusion who got that knock and finish on IND Slayer, which is going to be a devastating blow. So I'm not going to be seeing a lot of sniping action from him. But keeping that aside, they still have a lot of work to do because the zone is still pretty much intact. Everyone's in, but now is the time when, the breathing tube, so to speak, is going to be cut off as teams are slowly going to be crawling in. Some might even snake their way up towards the mountaintops, which seem really picturesque right now. And, that is where you want to be. But you've got to be careful. You've got to listen for the sounds. You've got to listen for that hissing. And, you might just get caught off guard. But over here, I think Ponsing has an idea that the members of Orange Rock are towards, his northern direction, I do believe. And he's going to be trying and just keeping them at bay on top. Over here, knocked out. I wonder where that came from.
I mean, I'm really skeptic as to where Team U Mumbai is positioned because I do not like that position. I mean, look at their angles; they're wide open. They might just get knocked from behind. As we speak of Deadeye's,
Well,
Shifu sir has been taken down. Yeah, XP, go on.
I mean, if you look at where U Mumbai is on the map right now, they have nothing to worry about as of right now, except Orange Rock. But wait for it. Ronak with a knock right now. I want to see what happens over here. He gets Shagar. Shagar goes down, and they need to be pushing up, but they've got to be careful because we have Godlike and I think the boys from Synergy nearby who are going to be keeping track of all the gunfire. Of course, everyone is listening to all those bullets being rattled off in the distance. So, it kind of gives you an idea that, okay, maybe one or maybe two teams are going to be coming from said direction. But I think on top finally goes down to the play zone. The boys from Fnatic, they are still just a few meters out of the zone. So nothing to worry about from them. Again, this fight is taking place just east of the quarry where these compounds are going to be hot real estate right now.
Yeah, definitely. And if we speak about Team Elementrix, they're kind of on their edges. They really need to get inside the circle. But at the same time, Team Fnatic, they've had a good run so far. They've gotten 2 kills to their belt, even after losing out on Scout. Meanwhile, we see some action where Team Powerhouse are involved, and I really want to go to that fight and see how these players are going to perform. Meanwhile, Atanki takes that knock on towards Iconic, and Powerhouse looks to be in a lot of trouble as Iconic has been eliminated from this game.
Well, I guess they could be in a little bit of trouble. But what happened now is that the boys who are remaining for Powerhouse, they're going on a long rotation, but they've got to be careful because Zebra might get caught off right now between the boys from Marcus Gaming, and of course behind them he has Dead Eyes guy, who are going to be high atop that mountain. They do need to come in the zone. So this compound right now, which we have on our screens, is going to be hotly contested. A, we've got PS Zebra. B, oh my goodness, wait for it. Deadeye guys are coming in, and Zebra is out without even knowing that there would have been another person right in front of them. I think that kill will be stolen. Illusion does get that finish on Zebra without even having to lift a finger, so to speak. But now they should know that, all right, we have a knock guy over here. We have somebody across the road, and they've got to be careful because right on their right flank are the boys from Megastars.
Yes, definitely. But there's this fight erupted between Marcus Gaming and Team Deadeyes. Deadeye still holding their horses off over there. I am really surprised because Lazy Sir, that one knock, I think, slowed things down a little bit for Team Marcus Gaming. But in the meanwhile, 420 OP getting knocked down by Cordell. Exactly what I wanted to say. I guess they were quite too much in the open, and now they're being paying off. But Orange Rock with that third party and would definitely knock down Smokey, I guess. Talje taking that knock on towards Smokey. As we see UME spancing slowly and steadily, kind of moving on towards members of Team Orange Rock. But look at Team Cordell, they're all prepared. 420 OP will be taken down for good as Cronton, he is taking a TPP angle and will try to, provide ample cover fire for his teammates. Meanwhile, Existence also taking a lot of damage, and Gale putting on that adrenaline shot because he knows he's got a long fight coming in for him.
They might be prepared, but they were king of the mountain right now. The zone has thrown a curveball yet again, going all the way down south. Now, Godlike, they were in a good spot, but that is a nefarious mountain drop. And Orange Rock have been eliminated in 15th position. I do not think that they are going to breach that 300 mark today. They are out. Gronton with the grenade just obliterating the enemy right now. And this is going to be tricky, though, because Godlike now have to traverse down that mountain, and they have at least, let me just count it over here, 1, 2, 3 squads to contend with. We obviously have the boys from Megastars at one end, DSM right in front of them, and I think they're going to pick a fight with Megastars right now. Have a look. We have Synergy and the boys from TSM Entity towards the direction of the zone. So it's going to be a bit tricky. They are going to have to run and gun and pray to the gods that they make it to the next zone, which sounds a bit, it's a dicey situation. Synergy have all the advantage right now as far as this front is concerned.
I mean, just hold on a second. Cronton, was that a 4-man grenade? But right now, Cronton is...
That's short-lived. It's short-lived. That celebration, I'm sorry to cut you off, is short-lived because Godlike, even though they had 5 kills, have been eliminated from this game, Fixes.
Oh my goodness. I mean, that was some splendid performance by Team Cordell, but that wouldn't last long. But Team UM is still putting up a really good fight as Pansing taking damage from the zone, but would definitely finish himself off. But he would still manage to take that one knock. Meanwhile, Fnatic Ash being that snake inside that compound with that laser spray trying to finish things off for Team Umumba. There we see Team TSM Entity also going down, and I think Ash was the one who took that last final kill on Jonathan. And Team Fnatic taking those kills on and on. I think they've got 3 kills up to their belt, but they're doing good so far considering they lost Scout so early in the game. But always with that beautiful, beautiful spray on towards the members of Team Cells. Now, Team Fnatic will definitely want to capitalize on this particular fight.
Absolutely. That was amazing spotting prowess by OS on display for us right now. The way he spotted him at the corner of that smoke. That grenade is being lobbed. Is it going to be a good one? Just falling a bit short. I think if he goes a bit to his right, he might actually see the enemy. Looks like his teammates are going forward. Ronak being the daredevil right now, running in the open and getting gunned down from his left flank. That was a move that could be questioned later on. And with that, Fnatic bows out in the 5th position. We are down to the last 4 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are split pretty much evenly right now. Mega with 2 members remaining. Onko is the last guy on his feet. Of course, Ted is knocked out, and Austin X is going to be, the last guy remaining for Synergy. A lot of last guys remaining. Hype have somehow found themselves in a good spot right now. They have their members intact, but right now in the zone, Synergy is going to be reigning supreme.
Obviously, Cells must be thanking the Stars and Team Hype as well, because they're the ones that finished off Team Fnatic. But look at that spray coming in. Encore knocking down the members of Team Synergy. Meanwhile, Austin X will definitely finish down Encore, and Megastars get eliminated at that 4th position. But Hype definitely do know where Team Cells exactly is and will try to capitalize on the situation. They do have that high ground, but Atanki needs to pull something magical up off his sleeves as he cooks a grenade. And if this grenade lands, that's going to be huge, because then they might just get inside the circle. But if you ask me, who's got that zone, who's got that chicken dinner coming, definitely there will be just one answer. That's Team Synergy.
Well, let's have a look if that is going to be true, because they do have the zone, but they are on the downslope right now. If Team Hype gets their spotting on point, they can do a lot of damage. And of course, the boys from Cells are towards their left flank on your screens right now. So Venom is trying to keep the boys from Cells at bay, which I don't know if it's the right decision right now, because Synergy, of course, the thing that is working for them is they are a 4-man squad. Venom is going to be sneaking in. He is going to be spotted out at some point or the other, which he does get spotted out. Austin gets that knock on Hype. Venom. Cells Atanki is also unloading all that he has on the boys from Team Hype. Team Hype getting gunned down from either side. I think this is going to come down to a 4v2 situation, which it doesn't. Wait a second. The zone comes in. They just knocked each other out, and Synergy walk away with all the glory on Sanhok. Winner, chicken dinner. I think it's about time that these boys showed up and play. Oh my goodness.
What just didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to do anything. They're just sitting there, all 4 members, just sipping their pina coladas and just watching Celts and Hype. Yeah. This is literally Synergy. They're like, oh, thanks for that. All right, chicken dinner, we'll take that. They didn't have to do anything. But Team Hype. All right, calm down, XP. But Team Hype and Team Celts, kudos to them, right? They managed to make it to the top 3. It was a well-fought game in the end. Fnatic, a little questionable decision there. I felt like they could have potentially maybe got themselves the top 3 placing, except they got a little too over-eager, I felt, and got gunned down running across the road. But what a game it was. And of course, we have the MVP. It's not going to be the usual member of Synergy. It's instead this time going to be Austin. And of course, it's going to be 4 kills for the man. Great showing from him. But what an intense affair that map was, Vexus.
I mean, that was amazing. Team Fnatic made a lot of mistake with that last push, because I really felt that maybe Team Fnatic had it. They could have closed in down a little bit. But like you said, Team Synergy had their position on point. They knew where they had to be. And this was a long time coming, because we know Synergy with Sanhok. You can define that map with them. They've been so strong over the past couple of weeks. And finally, them getting this chicken dinner is a huge respite. I mean, finally, they've won on their own turf.
Yeah, one on their own turf. I'm just going to take a very quick look at the standings as it stands right now. Standings, of course, being that Synergy have only won 1 chicken dinner till now. And with this, I like you looking up at me. Don't look up my pants though, XP. Synergy right now sitting on 229 points. And with that, I do believe you're going to see the standings for this particular game coming up on the screen very, very quickly. They they definitely have got the 3rd spot here behind Godlike, unless I'm very much mistaken. But that was interesting. It looks like the underdogs had their moment to shine in the very final game of the day, XP.
Did you just say the first chicken dinner? Did I hear that right?
This is a second chicken dinner.
The second chicken dinner, right? Okay. So, yeah. I mean, again, the second chicken dinner, I think the first one they had in one of the first 2 days, right?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Consistency, because they've been right up there. I mean, they've been dominating the kill tables all this while. I mean, Servi has been doing an amazing job. Austin X was the man we were talking about on day 1 and 2. If you remember, you were like, you and I both, we were blown away by how that guy just managed to get those kills, get that damage, super consistency, and I love the way it just worked out for them. Now, if you talk about mistakes in the map, I'm going to say the biggest culprit was the zone this time around.
Yeah.
Ping pong. It was like a pinball game. The zone. It was like, all right, it's good. Then ding, ding, ding. It just went all over the place.
That is correct, and I feel like it's something many people tend to forget is the fact that apart from your opponents, your main the big enemy you have in a server is of course going to be the blue zone. And yes, I do agree with you. It was playing a game of tennis, as we do have the top 5 players of the matchup. It's going to be Vexy from Mega. Actually, it's going to be 3 players tied up frag-wise. We have Illusion Sir from Team Dead Eyes Guy. We have Megastars Vexy. We have Austin, all tied with 4 apiece. But look at the damage from Vexy. 4 killed, but 826. That's double of the second place guy. We have Atunki from Celts and Ultron. 6 kills combined between the 2 of them. They were very instrumental in Celts getting in the top 3 placing. In fact, that final circle was so hectic. I don't even know who came second and third. All I know is that Synergy got the first place.
I think well, go ahead, Vexus.
I think that was Team Cells that came second because, like you said, Team Synergy, all they had to do was just sit there and chill. Meanwhile, Hype was, gunning down Team Cells, and they got gunned down by Team Synergy as well. So Ultron was like the last, goat remaining, and he had to get himself inside the circle, and he was running and running, but it was too late. Team Synergy were all 4-man intact, and they got that easy chicken dinner in the lane.
Got an easy chicken dinner. And Experiment, I mean, I think it goes without saying that's probably one of the easiest chicken dinners they've had. And there you have it. 6 kills for them. Not a very high fragging affair compared to the usual standards, but they get 26 points from that, and that's going to catapult them to the 3rd place. Celts, great showing from the guys here. 21 points in total. Team Hype coming in 3rd. They have been kind of, struggling at the bottom of the table. Finally, a moment of joy for them. Top 3 placing. Deadeye's Guy as well, placing a top 5th. Not bad there. Megastars continuing their trend of impressing all of us. Rounding up the top 8 is going to be Fnatic, TSM Entity, and Powerhouse. 3 big names right there for you guys. Now, jumping into the second half of the table, which will be very soon. One team which is very evident with their absence in the top 8 is Godlike. They had the one opportunity here to kind of claw their way back towards Orange Rock's substantial lead, but they kind of fell flat a little bit here, XP.
Well, Orange Rock themselves having an early exit, that kind of was detrimental for their efforts of, cracking that 300 right on top. But again, like I said, Godlike was in a very good position at that mountain. And that is an infamous mountain. That is a death trap at the end. And the zone right there and then threw a curveball, went all the way south. But now they had to, had that zone been around there, I'm pretty sure the way they were all spread out, it would have kind of worked out in their favor. But now that they had to back up and then run down the mountain, that is when they were getting picked off one by one. Of course, that grenade by Cronton, devastating, getting that knock and wipe on an entire team.
One nade.
One nade, it was just like, lob it, slam dunk, boom.
He went full Michael Jordan with the nuclear bomb right there. And of course, now we overall standings as it stands right now, ladies and gentlemen. Orange Rock, 290. I do believe there's a little bit of error earlier with the overall standings. So this is the updated one. They're now 290 points. Still 10 away from cracking the 300 mark. Godlike close behind, trailing with 30 points. Synergy have now managed to reclaim the 3rd position. They're 2 chicken dinners to their name, just trailing by 5 points behind Godlike. Then we have TSM Entity. Fnatic make an entry into the top 5 after could be forever. I don't think I've seen them in the top 5 in a very, very long time, or for that matter, ever. So Fnatic going to be very happy with that, despite this being the final tournament for the boys in the orange and black, at least under that banner, and at least for this lineup, they are not going out, with a whimper. They're still battling it out. We have Team IND dropping a place down to number 6, Megastars rising up to 7, closing it out will be Mumba, Soul, and Marcos Gaming. And you got to feel for Mumba. They were just a couple of days back, they were on top, and now they're down to the 8th position, heading south, and that downtrend is not stopping anytime soon. The The big winners I feel here, XP, apart from the teams in the first top 10, would be of course INES coming all the way from bottom, now on the 16th position. Yeah, they're fluctuating between 15th and 16th, but considering they barely had anything on day 1 and 2, this is a mass performance from these guys.
I mean, INES, of course, they did a wonderful
Celts
job.
as well.
Celts, INES, and even I'm going to talk about Deadeye's guy right now because they haven't had the best day, but considering what we've seen from them in week 1, week 2 is off to a rocking start, and I'm sure they're just going to try and build up on that and climb up even higher on the board. I just want to brush up on one thing. I mean, it's two sides of the same coin. If you talk about the boys who just won the game, Synergy, right? You said it's an easy win. It is easy, especially towards the end where we saw Hype and Cells just destroy each other while these guys were like, hey man, even we want to shoot at someone. But the way they positioned themselves in that zone, they did a nice little rotation. I think we've got to give them props for that.
I got to give them props. I mean, I'm taking nothing away. The fact that they made it so easy. No, the fact that it was so easy at the end doesn't mean they had an easy time earlier, right? They had to battle it out. They kept all 4 players alive. And that is no easy ask at all, especially on a map like Sanhok, where the action can get a little chaotic indeed. Kill leaders, well, let me take a wild guess who's still on top. Sirvi, he doesn't care. He might not have got enough kills today in the final game, but doesn't matter. He's still holding on to his top spot, and immediately next to him is Vexy, who's got a same number of kills, but a little bit less of damage, which is why in second place at the moment. Third is going to be Austin X's teammate from Synergy. Fourth, Mavi holding on, followed by Daljit. So nothing really changing in the kill leaders overall here, Faces.
I mean, today, the one guy that has really impressed me a lot is Vexy. I mean, I waited a lot for this guy to shine, and finally he's done so. And entering into a new week, I think Megastars are all hyped up right now. They're all boosted up. They've got their engines charged. And over the course, when we meet in the next week as well, I think they should keep this momentum going.
Should hopefully keep this momentum going, and that's what everyone's looking forward to. The bottom half of the top 10 of the kills leader overall the tournament so far. Jonathan Smokey dropping down a little bit, but then again he just had the one game today, the final one. We have Ted from Synergy, TSM, Zgot, and Neo as well. So we have 3 players from TSM entity from the 60 to 10th position. And of course, in the overall top 10, we have 3 from Synergy, showing how dominant they've been so far, at least in out-fragging their opponents. And as we do wind down here with day 1 of week 2, I mean, what are your thoughts on this? Like, it's kind of almost like a fresh start for most of these teams, right? After we did have the week 1 done with. Yeah, go on, XP. You had
one of the interesting things that I saw on the first half of the overall table was, of course, that everyone almost had played 21 matches, except for Godlike, who just have played 17, and they're right up top over there. I'm pretty sure, they have those matches in hand, 4 games in hand. They are going to make the most of it. We really haven't heard a lot from them in the beginning, but you can't hear things unless you don't conquer your fears. And we have our Dar Ke Aage Jeet Hai moment on screen right now. Fixes, just take us through what's happening over here.
I think this is the classic fight between Team Synergy and Team Hype, the penultimate fight that took place before Ultron died to the circle. But overall, that was an amazing, good day, to be honest. And Synergy, look at the number of kills. Everyone's been contributing. Oh, do you see the damage on Strider and Ted? Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous, right? 6,000 points of damage on Strider and Ted, and Sirvi a little bit lesser, but 34 kills. You cannot really count that one out.
Strider's got to change his name to the Shredder now. I'm not even joking. I mean, this guy has just been cutting his enemies. He's been slicing his enemies like a hot knife through butter.
Can you just take a look at the knockouts for Sirvi, Ted, and Strider? Each of them 30, and include it's just insane the number of kills they have. My math is failing me, but that was close to like over 100 kills in total for the side of Synergy. And now, I mean, this is it. Even though today is day 1 of week 2, we're going to be taking a little bit of a break now, a little bit of breather from the action, and we're going to be resuming with the final 3 days of week 2 later on next week. It's going to be on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So that's a time for all of you to take a breather, and for the teams as well, they can now rest, recuperate, figure out what went wrong, and then maybe when they come back, we might be seeing you might be seeing some of the teams bouncing back, some of the top teams maintaining their position as well. What are you going to be up to during the next few days, XP?
Well, I am going to catch up on my sleep first of all because my cycle has been completely turned around. I mean, but I'm enjoying this so much. I can't sleep simply because of the excitement.
The
that,
adrenaline
yes,
pumping through you.
PMPL is here. And, week 2, of course, it's going to be amazing. I wonder how these guys, I wonder what they are going to be doing right now, to be honest with you. I'll try and, get in touch and see what the game plans are. I think everyone deserves a day off at least.
Oh, we're kind of getting a few days off. It's going to be like 4 days of a break. And what about you, Fixes? What are you going to be up to for the next few days?
Definitely would be working out on how to improvise and getting better, learning more about all these teams. At the same time, I would also need a few rest because, free time to breathe out. I have so many games to cast and I really, there's this burnout that comes into you because you've been doing the same thing over and over again. Yeah, I definitely do need a break for a day or two.
Everyone needs a breather, 100%, and that's what they need to do, and that's what probably I'm going to be doing as well. I'm going to be, taking a little bit of a break from PUBG Mobile action, taking a breather, grabbing myself a drink, and just enjoying the day. And tomorrow, by the way, for those of you tuning in, any Muslims in the house, Eid Mubarak to all of you. Tomorrow is a national holiday, and of course, a holiday celebrated by Muslims all over the world as well. So, Eid Mubarak to everyone tuning in. Whether you do follow it or not doesn't really matter. And now, I'm just going to give you guys a little bit of a teaser for what's going to be taking place later on when we do resume in PUBG Mobile Pro League, and that's going to be on day 2 of week 2, which is going to be resuming, I do believe, on Friday. Yeah. And that is going to be on the 29th of May. We're going to be having Miramar, Vikendi, Erangel, Miramar, and Vikendi again. So this time around, we're going to be having double Miramars and double Vikendis. Not a single Sanhok to be seen there. Makes me a little bit sad. And we're going to be seeing the same 4 teams who played the final game today here. It's going to be A, C, D, and E. The 4 groups going to be playing. And then later on in the final day, we're going to be having B, C, D, E, finishing off the day. But that's about it from our end, ladies and gentlemen. Experiment, Fixes, any final thoughts before we call it a night?
I think we're all about done. I'm just going to be waiting anxiously to see what happens, whether the teams are going to change anything in their game plans. Some might get a bit more aggressive. Some might have to take a step back, go over a few notes. And I'm just going to be waiting, to be honest with you.
What about you, Fixes? Any final parting thoughts?
I really want to see what changes these teams get back, because this is a 3-4 days break. You can see Caudle, toppling over. Maybe Caudle might just lose the momentum that they have. New team might rise. So a lot of things can happen. A lot of surprise waiting for all of us.
Indeed, it can. And that's it from our end here from the end of day 1 of week 2 from the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia, fueled by Mountain Dew. And of course, shout out to our collaborative media partners, India Today. Thank you for the applause. I managed to nail it. Thank you very much. I'm really bad at sponsor shout outs. They hate me right now. But you know what? If they send me a crate of Mountain Dew right now, I'd probably nail this every single time. But till then, I still might mess it up here. And just saying, I'm not saying anything. I'm not implying anything, but that could be the case. But thank you, everyone. That is going to be the end of the show for today. We're going to be seeing you next week on Friday. In the meantime, stay at home, wash your hands, don't be dirty, you're maintaining social distancing, wear those masks, and of course, don't forget to play video games. That's what brings us all together here. Thank you. Good night. Eid Mubarak once again to everyone out there. And on that note, we'll see you next week.
ये तो बहुत खतरनाक स्टंट है। पता नहीं आपको डर कैसे नहीं लगता?
डर सबको लगता है, गला सबका सूखता है, पर डर से डरोगे तो कुछ बड़ा कैसे करोगे? तो ड्यू उठाओ और डर को पी जाओ।
माउंटेन ड्यू, डर के आगे जीत है।